Well, well, well. Feels like it's been so long since I've streamed. Oh, I've got audio coming out my stream. Hold on. Alright, here we go. We're good. I think everything is set up. I know it's only been the weekend, but it sure feels like it's been a long time since I've streamed. We've got an exciting week this week. We getting closer to a playable demo, so we are starting to think more about aesthetics and not scaring off would-be players based on our very bland and basic game assets that we got for free. We picked up a bunch on some really cheap Unity asset store sales a while back, so we are incorporating some of those to make things look nice. And rather than like starting over, just deleting our current town and building something in its place, I think we will come back to that town and make it more of like an outpost on another day, but we will be creating a new town from the ground up. If you'll remember, a few months ago, I spent some time like building out or planning this map for this world, and we had 3 different towns that we were going to place. And we started with that small town in the middle, and I think it's about time that we start working on that bigger town up north. We were starting to run into some issues where, you know, the small town we were in was starting to feel pretty darn small. Wasn't a lot of room for a lot of NPCs. And since Andrew's getting real close to having some really cool NPC brain stuff working, and we'll have a lot more NPCs in the game real soon, makes sense to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Start making some nice looking towns up north. Get a lot of room for those NPCs to move around, make their own actions, decide what they're doing throughout the day. And, just, get some better screenshots, because hopefully things will look a little nicer. I see my camera's a little bit laggy. I hope it doesn't freeze again this week. But if it does, I might need to buy a new camera. Jeez. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing this week. Let me find my missing OBS window. Here we go. And we are in a new location, you'll notice. We are just west of the camp town that we've been working in. You will probably see it over there. Yep, with our cool little like cliff stuff that we've built with the waterfalls and the ice golem up there. We got this big old forest between this town and that town. But I said we got a few paid assets a while back. Nice big discount. And I've gone ahead and kind of mocked up where like the size of the town that I want to work on, and kind of some of the sight lines, some of the boundaries. We'll probably have like a wall up front and a wall in the back. This is more of like a gateway town. Player probably won't be exiting out the back, but in the grander sense of the world, like that's where you would get to more of the mainland and access the larger cities of a larger world. But for the sake of our map that we've built, there is just this gate here, which is kind of the gateway to the mainland from the context of these towns over in this world. And so we're going to be entering through this gate, and we've got some nice little sightlines here of, excuse me, the town we're going to build, really. Lots more houses. I think these houses they have interiors, so we'll work probably on the interiors another day when we know like what NPC is going to go where and what workstations and stuff will be in each of their houses. But we've got it kind of separated into some chunks here where I'll probably do some sort of like slight river coming down from the mountain. And maybe we've got a bridge over here with this isolated, maybe like witch house or something. We'll have a lot more verticality over in this section with some stairs going up and down and different like ways to climb up and go to different areas. We'll have our nice wall in the front. And then probably somewhere in the middle here, we'll do some maybe like town center, like marketplace stuff. Maybe where the NPCs will congregate each day, so you can go find whoever you're looking for, since we're not really going the Stardew Valley route of everyone having their own schedule. We are literally giving each of these NPCs their own brain to make their own decisions and decide what they want to do throughout the day. So we can encourage them to go to a town center each day, and that might be a good way for the player to find them. But ultimately, it is up to that AI loop to say, like, hey, I want to go meet with people versus I want to stay at home, or I want to go out into the wilderness and cut down trees and bring those back and sell those, or go fishing or whatever. So I think there's going to be a lot of really cool stuff happening in this town. Let me fly on over to our old town. You'll see there's not really a lot of like proper housing. It's definitely a more like PlayStation 1 style. So it works for like an outpost type city. And we will probably come back and improve the aesthetics of this a lot after we've worked on the other town and kind of learned what works, what doesn't. Maybe bring some of those assets over here and kind of integrate it more into the world. But we've got half dozen NPCs here, and it's already feeling pretty tight. So I'm hoping that this larger town over here is going to give us more wiggle room for working on those really cool NPC things that we're about to do. And we are planning a third town eventually. Ignore the UI in the world. But over in this area, we'll probably put more of a like dock or like a fishing village, dock village, something that would have boats. So again, in this larger sense of the world, if we end up expanding past this map, a boat, well, over in this gate town over here, obviously you're going to be following roads and like there is a path to go. But one thing that we've considered with some of the systems that we've built is that it would work really well in a lot of different environments. And having some sort of instant travel system like a boat that can take you to this island or this island or this island or this island or this other mainland or whatever might be a really good way to let the player kind of experience a lot of those different environments, experience those different like ways to use this same crafting system but in different situations. Like there could be an island where you need to scavenge stuff and survive. Like maybe you get a hunger bar when you're on that island and you need to be cooking food, making tools, doing whatever. Maybe there's another island where you're I don't know, maybe it's a horror game or something. Like there's a lot of different genres that we're thinking about how this system could be used in that genre. And I think having that kind of open-ended travel will be a good way to kind of explore some of those. Probably not gonna like focus on fleshing them out too far, but I mean, as we're working on this, we're both like, ooh, this would be a really cool, like, maybe there's a sci-fi world somewhere that you take a boat to and it's a very advanced island. Oh, hey, Luna Smith, how's it going? Welcome on in. Oh, wow. We also met our followers goal. Thank you so much for that. Let me turn down my audio. I hope it's not coming through on the mic. But my phone is blowing up. I hope everything is good. Missed call, missed call, missed call. Yeah, Luna Smith, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. How's your day going? Are you another game developer, or are you just coming in, seeing what we're doing? We're building a big old crafting RPG. Looks like phone's fine. We're building a big old crafting RPG, and we've been working on this town and a lot of the systems and like how the game plays for a very long time. Now we're getting closer to a demo, so we are trying to work a little bit more on aesthetics, and rather than kind of demolish this town, we're going ahead and starting on our second town over here, and it's really what this stream is going to be about. We're going to kind of carve out the land, shape it how we want, and we will build out this town hopefully all day. We'll see how long it takes, but should be a fun stream. I've just started following you on Twitter, and hopefully you follow me back. Sure, yeah. It's the if you don't follow us on Twitter, it is Chroma Golem is our username. Happy to follow you back after the stream, but I don't have it logged in on this computer. Also, welcome in, Patrick. How's it going? Do you have a list of goals for you want included in the demo yet? You know, I think we do, like, in our heads, but we should probably write that down. I know you also just shared that Next Fest video with me. I think we're gonna sync up on Friday and decide if we are close enough to do Next Fest, or if we want to do like a smaller demo. Because I definitely thought that Next Fest was like 2 months from now and not 1 month from now. So I don't want to waste that shot. But yeah, I bet writing down all these goals will give us a more concrete kind of timeline for how long we think everything's going to take. So maybe I'm getting a little cold feet on that. But yeah, I think a lot of stuff that we have in the game, we actually have a board for like what we wanted in before the goal. Let me see if I can bring that up. This might actually be the answer. Yada yada yada, ignore all those repos. So I haven't actually updated this in probably a week or so, but for the most part, what we have left, we want to get all the NPC brain stuff in. And I was also going to start working on combat, but I think priority-wise, we are working more on visuals for now. Just because, I mean, our screenshots are pretty bland. I recorded a first devlog, but it's also pretty bland, and I'm a very monotonous speaker sometimes. So that coupled with very undetailed screenshots and videos and stuff, I think we could gain a lot by putting a little bit of work in on the visuals. But for the most part, this is the big thing here. NPC Brain lets NPCs decide on their own actions. Let's exit. These are coupled together. But there's also a lot of smaller things that are less fun to do, like sound effects and animations, and a lot of like more of the feedback and game feel stuff. But the big things that we want before the demo is the brain, and so we're kind of tackling that together. Like, I'm building this town to have a spot for these NPCs to be used more in a playground. But yeah, that's what we're working on. Welcome on in. That makes a big difference. Cuts your time in half, for sure. Yeah, I mean, 1 month is... It was also like, I was like, here's a lot of stuff that we want to do. If we got all of this done in that 2 months, we probably wouldn't have time to be working too much on polish. But it would be a cool demo. With 1 month, we're like, we'll see. I mean, we might still get it done in a month. If it's mostly just the brain stuff, like, there's a lot to be done in the game side, but I think the brain stuff is super, super cool. And so I'd love to get that in people's hands. If we don't do a Next Fest, we will be shooting for a demo anyway, just to share it with people so people can play. But it's just a matter of, like, you can only do Next Fest once, so... Do we want to do it now and get people hyped for a game that looks pretty early, or do we want to do it later and get people hyped for a game that's hopefully closer to release? But yeah, I don't remember what asset this is from. Astrofish Games, Medieval Village. But they've got a lot of really cool towns. Everything is very modular. So like these towers and stuff you can stack on top of each other. I'm still learning all the modular pieces, so we'll see how far we get on that today. But I'd really love to start by kind of carving out some of the terraforming. I have so many drinks on my desk. I've got coffee, a Vietnamese iced coffee. I've got Dr. Pepper, which my parents were visiting this weekend, and they left like a dozen cans of Dr. Pepper and Coke. So I don't normally drink soda, but I'm working through them to clean out the fridge. And I got water, so we should be good to go. That's like me. I'm shooting to have a demo for people to play test with once I get everything on my goals list accomplished. Nice. What do you use for your goals list? Do you do like a Kanban board like this, or is it just like a list? I'm always a sucker for really good tools. And I'm always on the hunt for something new. I actually used to use Jira a lot just for my own like personal like work around the house and like projects I'm working on. It's a little bit too much overkill for now. But we have used GitHub for this. We've used Trello. We've used Notion for a bit, but didn't want to pay a lot for Notion. It seems pretty cool though. But I'm always on the hunt for more tools like that. Right now it's just a text file. I actually shared it in the Discord since you showed me yours, but I recently started a Trello board that I'd like to update with the goals list. Heck yeah. I'm gonna go check out that. Oh, okay, I see the list. That's a long list there. For anybody else in chat, here's a link to our Discord if you are interested in Pat's list. I bet you could encourage him and he'd get it done a little bit faster. But we'd also love to hear about what all you guys are working on as well. It's a little community of game developers and gamers, so there's a lot of big things I see on this list. Like, you have some small things like, oh, I want some well, actually a lot of these are pretty large. Maybe opened chests might be small or something. But NPCs, quests, waypoints, saves, shops, sound effects, visual effects, a boss with phases. I dig it. How long do you think all of this will take you? The hardest question here. I'm going to start painting a little bit on this terrain while we talk, but do you see this taking you a long time? I'm so bad at estimating like how long things would take, so always curious what other people think as well. Let's start by just shaping terrain a bit. We know we want... Oof. Oh, I see. We are very close to the water level, aren't we? And I bet that means we're also close to the terrain minimum. Yeah. So we could raise up this town a bit, which might make sense in this like valley. Because it might be hard to do some sort of like moat, maybe. Maybe not. We've got some wiggle room. Player for scale. That's probably fine. You do use Notion. Oh yeah. I don't remember why we stopped, or like why we got limited on Notion. I think there's a maximum amount of like nodes that you can do, and we had a lot of stuff in Notion, so we were kind of hitting it all. But it's super nice, I would say. I didn't ever use the AI features, ironically, but I found Notion to be really nice. But I am a sucker for Trello too, so there's that. Most of the systems are already made. It's a matter of getting some of those things just placed where I want them in the levels. Okay, that makes things a lot easier. Like, I saw the save points item and I was like, is he going to build the entire save system as well? Or that's good to have a lot of the systems out of place or in place. I love weeks like this where it's like I've been working on systems for the past, I don't know, 6 months straight, and this is gonna just feel like an artsy stream. Actually, well, I'll share some art that I did yesterday and the day before in Discord later on. I have been getting real into it on my iPad, doing some painting, and so it's nice to be in that creative mindset already too. Alright, so in terms of the source of the water, like we probably want to turn at least one of these mountains into like a snow-capped mountain so there can be water that thaws. That's where a lot of water rivers come from. We could use that as a source for where this river is coming from if we kind of use some grooves in the mountain when we're detailing it more later. We could have it run in down that way. I don't actually know like how we do running water in Unity, since it's like I don't want to do a physics thing, I want to do a shader, and that's an odd shape for a shader or something. But maybe we can figure something else out later. I'll just carve out like some texturing for where the river would run. I need to still do the level state save system. I have about half of the things listed for enemies and party units accomplished. Currently working on the boss with phases. That'd be super fun. I cannot wait to start working on some enemy AI, especially like big bosses. I used to love doing that, and I haven't done it in a long time, so I'm excited to see what you're working with there. The menu works, but it's not perfect yet. Gotta add screen transitions, and most of the levels I want for the demo are 90% complete. Nice. I hesitate to remind you about the last 10% of a project takes 90% of the time, but I believe in you, and you're gonna do great. I'll show you my nice menu so you can feel better about yours. You can press escape in this game, and you get a nice menu with some quote-unquote functionality of being able to quit the game. I'm also going to use this time to kind of walk through the town and kind of get a sense of scale too. But yeah, we'll take a grand look at this beautiful menu, which for some reason also moves the camera slightly. But we got this nice quit button for when we build the game and you're playing in full screen and you can't otherwise quit the game. And that's the only menu we've got. Let's take a look at... Oh right, I didn't bake nav mesh. I'll do that after we do all the terrain. But I'm also toying with the idea of doing some like forced zoom in, zoom out when you enter towns like this. Or maybe if you're crossing past this bridge, we kind of zoom out the camera a little further. So I want to kind of walk around here with this camera out a little bit further than normal. But I think there's going to be plenty of room here, which is good. As long as we don't go into the territory of like the player can't find things anymore. But, you know, that can always be learned. But also all these houses don't have collision boxes, and well, they have some weird collision stuff. But we'll probably do some stairs up and higher ground up here. I think I'm mostly just trying to avoid any places where like you'd find yourself unable to see stuff when you're moving the camera. You're aware of the last 10% being 90% of the work. I sometimes refuse to admit that that's true, but unfortunately I believe it is true. Also, I'm realizing all these doors open in play mode. They're definitely closed in the editor, so I bet they have some scripts on them to open them, which will be really nice for working with interiors. I don't know yet if we want to do a full-on, like, you walk inside the house and it's like the camera zooms in and you see stuff inside houses. I feel like these are pretty small, to be honest. But what we could do is do the old transport trick of when you open a door, there's like something you can click on here and then it transports you to an interior somewhere else. But I think... I mean, we'll get all these pathways to make it feel a lot more windy, but it'll also close it up a bit, and so there's fewer routes to memorize. Interesting that only some of the doors are open. But I think in terms of scale and stuff, things are looking good. Nothing looks too small, too big. I was worried that the doors would be like humongous or too small or something compared to the player, but they look pretty good scale. So that works well. I think this will be a cool town, and we'll probably leave a little bit of room to grow, but definitely gonna be trying to fill it out as much as we can. I love building out landscapes. Me too. Like, this might be... fun fact, I originally started learning Unity as an art tool. So I could make like 3D terrains and landscapes and then place the camera in certain ways and do nice lighting and basically take multiple shots of the same kind of art that I was working on. I always wanted to make games, but that was more of a pipe dream, and I was like, well, I can at least use Unity to play like The Sims effectively. You can just go download a bunch of assets and place in chairs and tables and build houses. And so like Unity was a game or an art tool for me originally. And so now it's fun to use all that and actually make the games that I wanted to make originally. Glad to see you getting to do the things now. Heck yeah, me too. That rule was ingrained in me when I was in school for graphic design, so I'm used to it. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think that it probably maps to like every domain, expertise, career, whatever the term is there. But, at least if you enjoy the work, it's not too bad to just have a lot more time to spend on stuff. I feel like a lot of times I don't finish like books or other games because I'm always like, I don't want this to end. So if maybe the last 10% there was 90% of the time, that would be great. It's sometimes how I spend like Octopath Traveler. I got to the final boss and then I was like, all right, time to do all the side quests and max out everything and just keep this going. All right, so question on water. We have or will have a wall out front, and the water will probably feed into some sort of moat. But how do you build a wall over a moat? Do people do that? Because I feel like, in a real situation, people would just come and swim through the moat under the wall. I guess you probably have like the iron grates and stuff. So we can do that. I'd agree with that statement. I love the last 10% of work. Yeah, makes a large 90% difference in improvements too. Yeah, one thing that I noticed the other day, I set up a prefab painter. Like, I was looking at this world that we've built and comparing it to some of the demo scenes of like where some of these assets came from. And the thing that is missing most is grass. Oops, not that. How do I even paint? And so I feel like if we start adding all the like smaller detail, it's gonna fill in really fast. That's not the multi-brush I wanted, but at least it works. If we do like fields of grass and stuff, it already starts filling up really nicely. I don't really know how the performance is gonna handle these because technically they all do have colliders and stuff on them, and I noticed we're already dropping a few frames with like some of the dynamic lighting that I added, but being able to those should all be left click only, but yeah, there's a lot to be done here of filling out those fields, but with some color grading on this, I think it'll look a lot nicer and kind of fill out the land so much nicer immediately. Hey Seawolf, thanks for coming in. I remember you from last stream. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm excited to be working on this new town this week, and I keep getting distracted and Kind of putting off actually just starting, but we're getting into it. It's going to be a good day. Feels a lot more cohesive. I just know you need to make sure you're using LODs. Oh yeah, that's probably how I want to do it. Because if I put grass on the ground, let's paint something here. So this guy, he is the one with a collider and a script on it. He does have an LOD group, but what I probably should do, right, is move the collider and the script to LOD, whatever the LOD 0. So for example, I'll move this guy up so you can see like when we're close. So I should only have the collider on when the camera is close enough. I bet that'll work. I don't actually know how the LODs are handled internally, but maybe it'll disable the colliders and stuff when the camera's far enough away. I could see some issues with like you're running through a field and it's unloading and loading all those scripts and colliders, but that's probably how I want to do it, is move that stuff from the base object that handles the LOD onto a specific LOD. How's your channel going? It's going pretty good. We got a couple fun people hanging out. We just got our 70 follower goal earlier. Somebody came in and said hi, and that's exciting because I thought that I was at like 50. I feel like I was trying to hit 50 for so long. I was at like 46, 47 for months, and then I finally hit 50 and was able to add all these cool emojis and stuff. And so now I'm eyeing it less, but we seem to be getting people in here who are interested in things at least. So channel's going well. But yeah, I guess with the LOD stuff, I'll probably just have to do it and test the performance there. But I am holding off. I need to probably go through some of these lights that I added. Maybe not this guy, but like the all of these instance lightings. I bet they're dynamic lighting. Oh, real-time lighting. Yeah, that's what I meant. So we probably like could at least change them to mixed, maybe even baked, but that's kind of the we'll wait on performance testing there and see what we need to do, because it might just end up being like a setting for performance of player. If they want real-time lights, they can have them, but otherwise keep them baked or something. But lots to be done there. Just send you a friend request. I can accept it after the stream. Probably on Discord or something. But yeah, I'll accept stuff after the stream. Thank you though. So let's carve out this moat a little bit. So it'll come up from the mountain, pass through here. We'll get these edges cleaned up, but let's kind of get the basic shape. Let's do a nice thin river underneath the wall. And then we could do kind of like a little lake over here for the runoff. Or it's probably the best thing to do. We could have it run into this, actually. Maybe that's the way to do it. Is there going to be a waterfall from the mountain as well? Probably. I feel like water is always so unnecessarily hard to do in Unity. But I am planning to have, like, make this mountain more snow-capped and then having water coming down through this little valley here. So a little bit of like a babbling waterfall. But I don't necessarily know, like, technically how to do that because I've only ever done like shader water where it's flat, or like this is technically just the same shader water but turned vertically. So we could probably do some like smaller shader flat brooks down the side of the mountain and get the shader to look nice as like a waterfall. But I don't know, actually. I feel like water is one of those things that shouldn't be this hard. And we'll see how it pans out. Thank you, Cozy. Yeah, Seawolf, I don't have anything logged in on this computer, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll accept it after the stream, but I'll do it then. We're just going to carve out some more of this moat around the walls, and then, yeah, I think we'll have it run off into this. And we don't have terrain piercing tools, so this obviously has to be like a unbroken terrain, but we could do something like that if we went and got an asset for piercing through the terrain. We could cut a hole here and just like have an underwater river too. But for the sake of not running around the asset store all day, we'll probably just run it in that direction and we'll come back to it. But it's planning to be run off there. So I kind of also like having a little bit of this outside the wall area where you can kind of go explore. But we'll come back and smooth out a lot of these edges later. Could you elaborate what you mean by a terrain piercing tool? Yeah, so like to cut into the mesh and make a cave. Exactly. Yeah, I think I actually have one. Let me check my channel. Because I think there's an example here. Somewhere. Maybe not. Scroll. Let me head over to the Unity store. Not meaning to distract you, it's fun. No worries. I feel like it's called like Digger or something. That's what I was looking for. Well, it might not be this one, but this is kind of the gist of it. Basically turns your terrain into well, right now it's a 2D mesh because it's just a height map of where all of the terrain points are. So as I kind of raise this, you start to see some of these edges. So it's literally just a 2D thing that's stretched to whatever height the height map says. But obviously that doesn't work if you want to have maybe something go underneath and then have terrain on top of it. So you need that multiple layer of data there. But tools like Digger, I think how they work is replacing the terrain or enhancing the terrain somehow by probably having multiple layers of height maps. I'm not actually sure how they work, but yeah, they just let you pierce holes. I'm sure they'll show it in a second. That's such low quality. You can kind of see it in like the wall of this where the terrain is overhanging, and it's a good way to also make like cliff sides too, because otherwise they all have to be convex, whichever one means leaning in. You can't have like cliff hangs overlooking the ground below. But yeah, here's tunneling like exactly like this. We could grab this tool, which probably $100. We grab a cheaper version of this tool and pierce some holes and do some underwater caves and stuff, but I mean the player probably isn't going to be going down these caves, so it's probably not super important for anything other than visuals. So what I would do instead is probably like just carve it all the way through and then cover this with like rocks and grass and game objects to make it look like more of a hill. So you can go either way, but I actually have never looked into those digger assets, so I don't actually know how they work or what the downsides of them are. I just assumed they replaced the terrain, but maybe that's not the case. But starting to get a little bit more of a moat, which will hopefully define the outskirts of town. Maybe we shouldn't have started with the outer boundaries until we were sure where things were going inside the town, but oh well. Also, welcome in, Cozy. I don't know if I said welcome. Hope your day is going good. Thanks for tuning in. And we can put some like rocks and trees and stuff over here as well. So I always run into those problems where you're trying to connect like water to a fortified position or something, and it's like, how do you prevent people from just walking around it, going into your town, which you built giant walls for? I know that I was learning a bit about this in Unreal because it uses height maps too, but without this tool I know, at least in Unreal, I could cut into the height map mesh and use multiple meshes to create a cave the player could get into. Interesting. I feel like I have seen, oh okay, paint holes. So I could paint a hole, allegedly. Oh, okay. So I could paint holes and probably like fandangle a few terrain meshes to like be the sides and the ground. But I don't know that I want to go through all that. Hopefully those tools just make it easier. But yeah, I guess I could paint holes and do it all myself. But it's probably nicer in Unreal, to be honest. I bet that is one thing where Unity is like, it's fine, nobody uses terrain anyway. Alright, time for more of the fun stuff. So what we're gonna do, we've got this kind of separated out, almost island. Let's give it a little bit more of a shape over here. Paint, set height, let's grab this and kind of wrap that around. So we'll have this kind of isolated area for something spooky, maybe. Maybe some witch NPC or something. Or maybe it's all gardens or something, who knows. We could put lots of stuff over here. Over in this area, it's going to be a lot more raised up. So I kind of want to do like this shape, almost. And so we could put like more important stuff up here, like the mayor's house or a church or something, and you need to be like climbing all these steps to get up here, and hopefully it'd give you some nice views. Maybe not, so maybe not quite that high, but I do want this area here to be raised up enough that the player could get onto this and get out and like look out before they were to leave the town for the first time. Exactly, but it's a matter of which you'd rather do. Honestly, I'd say judging by how you're using the terrain tool, they basically act the exact same. Yeah, probably so. Let's go ahead and let's get our brush size a lot smaller. Let's get some nicer edges on these. Yeah, it's a little... I probably shouldn't have started before raising up the terrain a lot, but we will work with what we've got. Just want really harsh edges here, really. And we'll line those edges with these brick walls. Most of the time if I'm designing a level, I like to draw the concept of it before actually hopping into the engine, but that's my workflow. You know, that would have been a smart thing to do. Really all I did was just repeatedly go to, where did it go? This front gate, and just kind of figure out how to place all these so I've got depth on all the buildings. But yeah, I probably should have done a little bit more thinking about the layout, the road mapping. Obviously we're going to start blocking paths when we add like trees and the village square and other stuff. So we're just we're gonna wing it, and we're gonna treat it like something that we can just keep working on to make better over time. So wing it, heck yeah. So I think we are really close to the ground, even back here, right? So if we lower this, yeah, we've got a little bit of space. Not too much, but I think that's enough. What I'm gonna do is raise a lot of stuff up. Try and get some more interesting hills that we'll need to walk around. And then we'll come back and kind of clean up all these fences and stuff after. But we lower down here. It's kind of hard to see without the contrast of like grass. Maybe, I wonder if I can up my sun real fast. Maybe get some harsher light. So if I up this to like 2, is this better? Higher I mean, I do see the curvature of the grass a lot better. But is this a bad decision to be looking at? Or should I be working when it looks good? We'll find out. So I think I'll do... No, I can't work with the sun this bright. Where did this go? Yoicks. Turn this back down. Oof. And now it looks like nighttime. Alrighty. So... we up this just for some rough builds for now. We'll add a lot of like rocks and stuff that'll make these areas look a lot more off limits or more kind of defined. But just trying to get this shape for now. Maybe we could do some big farming fields over here, actually. And something I always forget is making sure I have room for things like boulder and cliffside meshes to be placed. I always forget that cliffside meshes, where they have like the full-on cliffside already made for you, I forget that those exist. I leave room for the rocks, and then I'm always like, man, I don't want to place all of these gosh dang rocks. You do too, yeah. I feel like we might need to go get some of those, because I left some, like, these guys around, which I'll probably use for, like, a rock edge along the top, and then we could use something like this for the walls. But if I could just get something that is like a pre-made cliff wall, that would be so nice. Like here, I don't want the player going up this way. I want to have a nice little enclosed section here with like some probably fruit trees or something near the front. And this is a very plain cliff wall, so not gonna be the most fun to do unless we get some nice objects. But let's keep on rolling. So let's do another like tier up here. Let's do like this height. It's a great placeholder for now while you still figure out what you want this place to look like. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, actually. I'm all about efficiency and iteration. That is a great way to look at it. I think it'll be good for setting the tone of like what we want things to look like. And then we can find the perfect assets later. You're right, you're right. Okay. Kind of want to clear out a little hill going up here maybe. And once I get some of this terrain kind of wrangled in, I think I'll next paint the road lines so we can kind of get a sense of the path the player will be taking. Let's get this nice and flat. And so if the player is down here, we might end up moving some of this house, but if we get kind of a flat path out this way with maybe, you know what, maybe we don't need the cliff here quite yet, because this terrain is pretty level with this terrain almost. But if we did lower it kind of like this, still so hard to see. Wonder, nope, that's, well, you see the contrast better, but it is too dark. I bet there's some trick that you can do with the light though. Like, let's keep this guy on. He's our new son. I just redid him before the stream, so things are looking a little bit more Studio Ghibli. Can you see the wireframe of the mesh? You know what? I think you can. I don't know that I've literally, like, I remember when I was learning Unity, I was like, oh yeah, you can see wireframes and meshes. Huh. Yeah, you can. Shaded mesh. There we go. That actually looks a lot better for at least what I'm trying to do here. So let's get rid of our second light. Yeah, that'll help. That's a good idea. Thank you for that. So really, like, I want to have this kind of flat path from the gate to about here, and then that area you're going to be going up. You wish you would take your own advice, you know? I'll hop in your stream next time and I will give you very basic suggestions, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I never thought about using a mouse instead of a touchpad. Let's go ahead and get this kind of flat path through. Yeah, the mesh is actually perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. We've got some fences we've buried. So let's grab them real fast so we don't lose them. Bring them on up. And these fences, the texture probably goes well. Well, texture probably doesn't go as well with our other fences when you turn the mesh off. But we'll think about our other village another day. Okay, so when you're walking in here, it is a flat shot straight up. You'll have some stairs here and you'll have some stairs here. So we've got two different paths, trying not to overload the player with like, here's a giant town, you can go anywhere. We want to keep kind of the options that we present minimal. So from here you'll see stairs and closer stairs. As you come in, if you wanted to look around more, you'll have more of this area here, so kind of an enclosed space here, and you have this kind of enclosed space here. So if you're looking to explore, you can. But if you're trying to get your bearings and stuff, you kind of have two different areas here. So up here, when you get to these stairs, we've got a nice bit of depth here. We might need to move these stairs just slightly over, I think, so we can frame this house in as well. But you get house, house, house. We'll probably put some point of interest up here to kind of draw your eyes up there. And you can keep going up here. Maybe this is where like either like a big old church or a big old tree or something could be to draw you up there, but that's kind of the focal point of that path. And if you were to take this way, it's more of like into the town, seeing more of the NPCs. Did my W key stop working? Nope, there we go. Okay. That's suspicious. Alright. So if you go down this way, you're going to get more of like the hustle and bustle streets. Maybe we put the marketplace back here actually, instead of up front. And so this is more of a like almost claustrophobic. Lots of NPCs walking around. So we've got busy bustle and like more calm up here. I also appreciate that it's not too open. Like everything is a good distance from everything else. Everything is still close now. Yeah, that's the goal. Let me show you what the demo looked like, which is the opposite. So in this town, you come in, where even is this entrance? Maybe like, well, even just putting the player character in here, you cannot see anything because everything's so close. There's always something blocking the camera. But let's just say that you hopped on the boat here. Like, let me turn off this mesh real fast so it looks a little nicer. But, you know, even in first person mode, you're not even getting good like framing or sightlines. Like on this bridge, you see a door at most, but you kind of really don't. And there's no like nothing drawing you forward. There's some doors here, you got a nice line there. But like everything is just so clumped together. I really don't like it at all. Like in a design sense, but also like aesthetically. It doesn't even feel like intentionally claustrophobic. I guess I probably shouldn't be bad-mouthing this asset, but I love the models. So I yoinked all these models and just basically exploded the town outward, and just have been replacing stuff. Also nice things that the models are very modular and stackable, so a lot of these larger buildings are made from combining smaller buildings. So I like all that. But boy howdy, is this town layout not great. We love modular. We do. And also there's like all these rocks and barrels and other assets. I've turned all those off. I just yoinked them out of the town for now while I'm working on the bigger picture stuff. But we'll bring all those back in. Maybe not the really low poly stuff like these ferns and stuff, but things like this grate here we'll probably use like at our front gate for where we have the water coming through. A lot of the barrels will be really nice. I'll probably get rid of these torches, maybe not. But lots of really cool stuff, but some of it's just a little too low poly for my tastes. Oh, thank you, Cozy. Did you purchase Prime for that? You better not have. Cozy and I share a Prime, and I use our subscription to subscribe to you. Oh no, did my subscription expire and you stole the Prime to subscribe to me? I'm gonna have to check this when you stream. Is it tonight? Alright, you're streaming tomorrow. I'll be there. I'll let you redeem with Prime. I wonder if it's because I know I was counting down the days until my subscription to you expired and I needed to renew because you can't renew early with Prime as far as I can tell. I wonder if you just you stole it from me and now I'm gonna have to pay to subscribe to you. But thank you. I appreciate that. You're not in trouble. But thanks. Is this a Cinti pack? Let me double check. I think it's from Astrofish. But let me see if there's an easy way to load this back up. In project Medieval Village. Medieval Village. Oh, this is built in. In project Medieval Astrofish. Alright, it's probably in here. Documentation. Astrofish games. Get creative. Blah, blah, blah. What is the name of this asset? I'll just find it over here. So yeah, it's Polystyle Medieval Village by Astrofish Games. I didn't pay full price for it. We got it in a big bundle a while back, but I think they do have a lot of other assets that are similar style. I've seen their dungeons one, yeah, which is really cool and probably works better with their claustrophobic get everything together vibe. So maybe we'll do some dungeons later and use that. We'll see. But yeah, it's by Astrofish, and I really like the modular models. They work well. But it is time to jump back. The other big kind of world asset pack that we're using is Rhinox Studios' stylized fantasy environment, which I'll pull up the page for. But it looks like this. It's a lot more of the vibe that we are looking for. It's a very basic map. I noticed they also have flickering on their trees. I actually have been trying to figure out for weeks why this flickering happens. Like there's some shader problem sometimes based on like either the distance or the angle of where you're looking at a tree. But you see it more often in the map that we are using. But I do see it occasionally here. And I'll point it out if I see it again. But I have no idea why this happens. And if anybody has any ideas, I would love to hear it. But this is more of the vibe that we're going for. It's a little dark still, but kind of that open world Studio Ghibli is like the main messaging of the vibe that we're trying to curate here. It doesn't look like these trees are doing the problem right now. They were a second ago as I was talking about it, but we'll see. So we've got our world. Let's jump back. We've spent a lot of time on this world, so I didn't necessarily want to just scrap it for one of those pre-made worlds for a demo. So that's why we are over in a new location. But let me show off. Yeah, like the trees, it's probably an LOD thing. And maybe like one of the LODs is lit differently than another one. But I don't understand why they do this. And it's like all of them. So if I go into this guy, he doesn't have more than one LOD, right? Yeah, he just has the one. I mean, maybe if I take off the group, he's still doing it. Is it the material? I think it is the material, like the leave shader light. I'm so unfamiliar with getting shaders working and reading shaders. Like something in here is probably doing it, but I have no idea how to read most of this. I love how it looks though, but I don't see anything for like distance or anything that I see that screams like, oh, that's changing. I'm getting there. We'll put more effort into it after I get further into the game. Yeah, like I'd love to get into shaders because they look like you can build such cool things. I just have no idea. Like I went in, we have a plant shader as well, and it has a problem right now where, let's see, I might have disabled it. One of these nodes, I need to disconnect to not see the problem, but what happens is the shader has modifies the transform, like stretches the tree and also herbs and stuff. So some of them stretch up into the sky for whatever reason, and maybe it's because I like clicked on something and scrolled and it changed the values. Let's discard all that. I didn't mean to make any changes to those shaders, but you kind of see like the leaves are wiggling. That's from the shader, and it works on trees and bushes. But if I run back and go find me some like herbs, they get hilariously broken. So let's run back. The middle part and the far right part might be what needs to be fixed. World position offset. Interesting. Okay. I'll take a look at that. Feel like it might make more sense for me to dig into that all at once and like become more familiar before I take too much time with how things should be fixed. But I'll take a quick look right now. Just want to find, yeah, you can start to see already there's lines in the world. Those are objects being stretched into the sky as they're like waving back and forth. So something is very, very wrong, but you can go ahead and harvest that flower, I guess. It's kind of like finding the end of a rainbow, maybe. But, yeah. Unsure how I could have even broken it that far. But if I go back to Plant Shaver and look at World Object Position, so it's adding its world space with all this math, which is probably like we have the time node here, which is how I would imagine normally you get that like nice sine waving back and forth. So it probably incorporates all that somehow to get to this calculation, that modifies the world object position here. So I could just like unhook that and it probably wouldn't have the problem anymore, but it'd probably be static and not move, so I mostly just haven't messed with it yet. You just wouldn't have any wind. Yeah. Yeah, I literally never made a shader in the shader graph, so I want to play around with it some more. Maybe I will go ahead and watch some YouTube videos on how shaders work, so I at least know my way around, and then I'll dig into why that man is broken so bad. But in the meantime, maybe we can wrap up the terrain here so we can start painting some roadways. You've never messed with it in Unity but dabbled with it in Unreal, so you get the idea but not the specifics. That makes sense. Yeah. And I think that's more than, I mean, that's probably enough to fix it, but I just don't want to be on stream being like, hey, is it this? Is it this? Is it this? I do really appreciate the help though. Prismatica Dev might have some Unity related videos, not sure. Alright, I'll check them out. Let me jot them down so I don't forget. Prismatica Dev Shader Unity. Cool, I'll check them out too. Alright, let's get back to some terraforming. So if we put the market back here, make this more of the claustrophobic, like things are a lot closer together area. And then this up here is more like farming, open air, quiet. What do we put in this entrance to town? Like we could put maybe like some amenities like a tavern, an inn. I don't know if you're still here, Cozy, but all this is just reminding me of our medieval village we're building in Minecraft right now. Plug to that. I'm streaming Minecraft tomorrow with Cozy and her siblings. We are building a giant medieval village there, but not quite the same as building it in Unity. But maybe I'll leave this open for now. But it probably should have some stuff, or I mean it could stay pretty open. These are really nice sightlines. We could have something large here, and it would give some good depth with these on the side and this whole side of the village on the other side. You're here, but just not officially because of work. You can invite your boss here too, and then you can watch the stream together. But nice having you here. Go ahead and let's maybe get this set height, get this a little bit more curved up and out of the way. Okay, and then maybe we'll lift this up a little bit too. We'll put a wall here, but some natural walls are always nice. You're the soundtrack to the dashboard I'm building. You know what? I can start singing if that would be helpful. I can't start singing. I'll wait until you get home. I'm glad to be of service though. Alright, I think the terrain's looking fine. Obviously there's a lot more to do, but it is fine enough for now that we can start painting some roadways. So it's been a long time since I've painted in Unity. That is going to be paint texture, and we probably want to settle on what road texture we want. Let's go see what we're using. Oh no. Oh, okay. I thought we had broke our lighting so bad. So we're using this like... Is it this guy? No. Is it this guy? No. It's so bright with the sun here. But I'm trying to not be super dark in here. Let's see how this looks. I got a dark face now, but you know what? It's probably fine. I gotta be able to see these terrains. So which of these... Not that, not that. Now what in tarnation? I feel like I've already done all the ground textures. Also, I'm realizing some of these aren't scaled at all correctly, and now I'm worried that if I rescale them, they're going to cause some issues with the stuff we've already painted. I'm imagining the Spider-Man meme because I'm also not officially here because of work. Fun fact, I am officially here because of work. I would be streaming some other game right now, probably. But, you know, it's fun to make games, I suppose. Do we not? Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, so we have layer road 1. Cool. So that's the road we want to at least connect out here. And we want to drop this down in size and cut the opacity a lot, but write that down. Oh, yep, you're right, you're right. So we want... You are so smart today. And other days, thank you for these pro tips. Alright, so we'll use that for the outer road, and we'll probably grab a different one for the inner roads. Maybe like something that's a little more cobbled. But at least we can get it kind of consistent going in. Alright, that opacity ain't gonna do it. If I don't write it, I don't remember it. Yeah, I've been using Procreate on my iPad, and I have like 30 layers, and every single one is, instead of being named like, oh, this is the arm, this is a leg, it is literally just the name of the brush that I'm using. Alright, so we'll probably like texture and feather all this stuff later, but let's go ahead and just get these base routes. And we're going to need to clear out a lot of the forest too, since we don't want just like a full-on dense forest. We want more of a windy path through it, and our road kind of ends here. But we will focus on the town today. And what we're going to do is kind of end this in kind of a drop area here. The only times I name my layers is if it's client work. If it's for personal use, I don't care enough to do it unless I just need to name it. Well, here's a tip for you. You should do it anyway, because if you don't write it down, you won't remember it. Thank you for all your tips today. I'm glad to be of service finally. Alright, let's look at some other grounds, because we don't want this running all the way through, although it would look really nice back here. But let's see what other grounds we have. So we've got a lot of like naturey ones, but I want to look at other stone grounds for potentially like roads. Like this is a nice paved ground, but it's more like almost deserty dirt, like craggy dirt. So we probably don't want to use that. I think we might use it on the mountain maybe. We do have dirt, literally. Grass, We got pebbles, which I've been using on riverbeds. But that really needs like scaled down because those rocks are massive, I guess. Huh. Let's see. Got this, which I'm using for also mountains. Pebbles, also for riverbeds, but it could be a nice road in here. Especially with, like if we turn this opacity down and layered it on top of something. Like this could look... No, actually, I don't like that at all. Because the rocks are just like semi-transparent. It doesn't really work. You need to have maybe it on the bottom with something else layered on top. Maybe not. Okay, so grass, sand, more dirt, grass, grass, grass. We've got our road. We've got our road with leaves on it. Almost fall times, guys. And here's our alternative, which we could use, and is like, I mean, I would say this one doesn't look as good. Like this kind of looks like how I imagine World of Warcraft or like PlayStation game grounds looking. Like it's just lower resolution than this, I think. But we also have some alternate styles to it, so we could texture it in well. And obviously these are all very opaque, but could work. And if our options are the same road we've been using everywhere else, or this one that is similar, I'll probably go with this one. But let's see. This is better. It's almost like that craggy dirt, but not as like dry. But it's not really a paved road. So, alright, I think we'll go with this guy. Is there a way for me to jump to this texture in Unity? This is TL FFE layer rock 01. Okay, so let's paint this on the ground here, and then I'm going to tile it better. And I want to see if it updates where we've already painted it in the world. Because where you might have that problem with a lot of these, I noticed they need retiled. Like we need to basically, this is the size of 2 by 2. It probably needs to be like 1.5 or 1. And that is going to change where it is in the world. So if we've like textured stuff in, it might not look as good, but let's see if we can get like 1.5. Like that looks pretty good. It almost needs, oh, it doesn't even have a normal map. I was about to say it needs a better normal map. Layer rock, do we have one? No. Can we fake one? Metallic? Like its main problem is you'd expect these rocks to be coming up, like you could see them a little bit better. It just looks very flat to me. But I guess the player camera is like up here, so maybe it's not as noticeable. Let's see if we can just bring this down to like 1.3. That looks a little bit better. I wonder if we could just use this same diffuse map as a normal map. think there's a website you can go to generate a normals map from an image. You know, I was literally just thinking like this would be a great use for AI. Let me just do a quick little Google. Generate normal map from image. Normal map online on github.com. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we grab, is it this? What is this? Terrain layer, not that. We want the texture. And that's going to be rock 1, this guy. Show an explorer. Oh, it's a TGA file. Oof. GIMP is now opening on another monitor. Alright. Okay. So if we take this, will this site support TGA? Maybe not. Yeah, that... well, at least we know that if we make changes to the texture, it applies in the game. So I'm going to go ahead and just paint with this, and we'll assume that we can come back and improve it, hopefully. So we want, back to the handy dandy note, we have external road and TL FFE layer rock 1 for internal road paving. Okay. Cool. Let me open this again, get some of that sunlight back in here, have a sip, and we'll paint some roads, I guess. Look at you looking like a pro. Thank you, thank you. It's apparently easy to fake. So let's get rid of all this that we, well, don't want to undo all that. We can just paint back over this. So grass. And then we'll do our external road so we can texture into it. Just kind of fade out that way. And then let's get our like main road pathways going. So we'll have one that leads up to this path, one that kind of winds around this way, branches here and here. And we will come back and do the smaller roads, but that'll come all the way through to the back gate. So let's turn off our wireframe now. Just work with shading. And kind of bring this in maybe a little bit. Let's start with this guy. Cool. So this will at least let us have these kind of routes planned out so we can start enclosing around these routes. Not too much, but some. And then for all the like secondary paths, we'll come back and fill those in after. Cool. Okay, so our back gate, We could do this guy. He's the biggest. We could swap him out and put the back gate in the center, or we could lower this ground. I think we'll end up swapping these so we've got the nice center gate in the center in the same way we did it up here. I just scaled this guy up, so we could actually just scale this guy up and this guy back down. But we know that we want the road roughly in the center. Alright, so that's fine. Now let's take our brush size, bring it down to about half, and let's kind of fill in some of these other like desire paths. And then maybe we can take our player and kind of run through the town, see how it's feeling. Because we are missing, like, obviously all the foliage, all the rocks, all the trees. All of that's going to fill it in pretty fast too. But I want to see if these pathways are feeling good. Gonna fade this out before we get all the way there, just because I want this to feel a little bit more abandoned and dark over here. Alright, so let's do like that. Where is the front door to this house? Is it really over there? Okay. So let's kind of do a wraparound path like this and then bring it over. We'll move that lamppost too. Okay, things are looking good for this house. Wrap back here. And for this house and this house, we haven't really decided how we want to get to this path, but I think what we should do is have two different effectively entrances to this area. I don't know what this area will be used yet for, but we can kind of have one entrance back from the markety area and then one up from this more calm area. We can just have a road kind of running through. But more of like a back road, I guess. Alright, so now there's plenty of room for anything else that we want to add. Plenty of painting to still be done on the roads and stuff. Also in the water. Plenty of objects to place for like walls and the canal wall and other stuff. But maybe let's first take our player for a little spin through and get kind of a sense for how these paths look as we're passing through with the player's perspective. And then maybe we can place some rocks and like start bringing in some of those props. I guess we don't have a path to this guy. There's no entrance, but I think maybe we'll add a path later. There's a couple other places that we might want paths to, but we can fill those in later. changes to the shader graph, please. Okay, so I don't yet know if we want the player to like start in this town yet or not, or if we'll have them start in that smaller town. There's pros and cons for both, but assuming that they arrive at this town, you know what, before we do this we need to bake the nav mesh. But we'll assume that they're going to arrive at this town from that entrance, and we'll see how things look from that entrance. So let's go bake that real fast. Hopefully my computer doesn't literally explode, and then we'll run around. That was suspiciously fast. I guess maybe it only bakes the differences from the last bake. Alrighty, so obviously objects to fix up and things to tag as ground, etc, etc. But before you enter in the gate, we'll have a little bit of walkway over here, smoothed up, but kind of walk around outside of the town. We'll have the grates here so the water is secure too. So you pass through the gate, you find yourself still on the road. We probably should make this path and this path a little bit more defined on the ground, like more opaque on the ground, just to make it more obvious that those are the two routes to go, since you can't really see them from here. But as you start to look around, you'll see some stuff over there. You see these paths, and then it's kind of like 1, 2 there. Maybe check out a sign. If you're coming up here, you find a fork, so you're like, ooh, what's that? We might want to lower this house so you can see more of it in frame. Kind of lower the ground over there. And then over here, you're going uphill, which gives the, like, the importance factor, like you see when, like, most boss battles and stuff are preceded by going upstairs, because it adds to the importance of what you're about to see. So up here, you're going to have a lot of NPCs hustling and bustling around. You can talk to them all. This is where you'd go to, like, talk to a bunch of people. And the back gate will be closed, so all this will mostly be walls, and you can kind of explore back here. This all seems fine. Terrain still needs cleaned up a lot in a lot of places. Maybe we want a cliff here. And kind of lower this ground so it's more enclosed. Feels nice. Thank you, thank you. If we assume this is like the back gate, so we look at it from the perspective of like what the mainland traders would see, looking at how the town is designed. Yeah, there's a lot of bots today. They just want to let me know about great deals. So from back here, we have a really nice sight line to all these lights for like the wizard tower or whatever we want to do over there. We can see the front gate still, which is really nice. And this will be just like directly into that hustle and bustle area. I think we will put a cliff here, so the only route through is like through that area. And so both of these take you out of it, but this one will take you up to that farming area, and this takes you more through like downtown effectively. So let's go look at these stairs over here. I think I like the spacing, the size. It's significantly larger than the previous town that we were working on. So we could even raise this up even more, because it's going to have some nice views, but I mean not a ton, to be honest. And then over here, I don't know what we'll put over here, but we have space, so that's nice. Shows that you've actually put a lot of thought into this space. That's good. I put a lot of thought into the previous space, but I am notably very bad at scale, and so it was good for a while, but um, this guy we have quickly outgrown. Rest in peace. We'll probably take some of these NPCs and move them over to town. I've also been tempted to take some of the NPCs, like the blacksmith and the miner and the fisher, and put them out in the world, so you need to find them before they will like come back to town. Or maybe they're more like destination people of if you want to go talk to this legendary blacksmith or something, he's out in the mountains. I think there's a lot of stuff to be done in the world, so that'll be nice. And we can kind of keep this as more of like an outpost or like a temporary village. Still needs some buildings, like this is a placeholder for a church. But I think it'll work well. And this looks, I mean, it's probably like 4 times the size. So proper town, I mean, the difference in models really nails that in of like stone towers and buildings and stuff versus wooden little shacks. And we are pretty close to that big tree, which I think is really cool. You kind of will see it over the gate and the wall. So when you come out here, you have a thing that you're like, ooh, do I want to go find that, or do I want to take this road, which probably won't connect. But I like the idea of kind of, it is very open-ended, open world, but those options and choices can get a little overwhelming for players. So I like giving them 1 or 2 very obvious visual choices to take, and then letting them take one of those or go off on their own and go exploring and try and find stuff. Find them, convince them to come to town. Yeah, I think that'll be really cool. Especially, like, we talked about doing some town building stuff where you could, like, build houses. It'd be fun to build some of that in later. It's kind of hard to add in now as we're, like, effectively designing these towns, but adding a building system later where you can build stuff and have NPCs move in. We have some thoughts there of what would be fun and how we'd do it. But, I mean, just having NPCs come to town is awesome enough. Do you know what you want to do with the big tree? Or at least how it impacts the town culturally? You know, I do not. It has a mechanical purpose right now of you can harvest from it and you get some really interesting items when you do so. But the lore of it and like other aspects, I think it should be really important to this town. Like, it's far enough away from our previous town that I wasn't really considering it as more of like a landmark in the distance to go find. But it almost looks like this town was like built next to it, or maybe planted it. Probably not planted it, but like built next to it at least. It should probably have some sort of importance to this town. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways we could go about it of, like, we could lock the tree behind some quests of, like, if it's important to the town and you want access to it, you need to help certain people or, like, sneak in or something. Or maybe it can have some, like, effects on the town. Yeah, that's definitely something to think about, because it should absolutely have, like, lore connections to the town. And maybe Tony Sprocket, if he shows up in chat or something, we'll talk about that sometime, what we want. But yeah, I think very early stages on there, we'll have to brainstorm how we want the story of that tree to go, because it is a very obvious, like, oh, you leave town and it's right there. And we could also move it a little bit, like move it more into this grove. But could also be cool for the town. If you have any advice or resources on how a town can or should upgrade over time, please let me know. because that's something I'd like to implement, but I won't focus on that until after the playtest is finished. I think we are on the same page there. Like, code-wise and game mechanics-wise. Yeah, I think, like, obviously a building system gives players a lot of creative control and, like, output in, like, designing their world. And we are kind of going to touch on that a little bit with farming, where you can, like, plant trees and cut down trees and have more of a visual effect. But in terms of, like, upgrading a town over time, it's really hard to mix that with a pre-made town, I feel. You almost need, like, to build that system first and then build the town on top of it, so, like, everything's on a grid, or everything is as it would be if the player built it. So I feel like when we get to that point, we're probably going to have to tweak a lot of stuff. But one of the main, like, technical reasons we want to add building is because of workstations, like crafting workstations. The way these are set up in our world is super, super cool, where we can basically generate this game logic of, like, the player could say, I want to make an anvil, and there's a little bit of a loop to close right now, but the only, like, hard technical spot that we don't or can't generate right now is the UI window for it. But the UI window, the functionality for using an anvil is literally just an LLM prompt. So if we had a very generic UI window that players could put 1 or 2 or 3 items in, they could literally make their own workstations, which is super, super cool. So we could have something like, here's our prompt for, you're tasked with making recipes or, like, crafting items from a material, like all these things that the workstations do. We could actually generate this prompt, attach that to the object that they have created, and then let them place that in the world, so they could almost, like, it gets more into, like, Factorio vibes and, like, automation and stuff, where the players are creating their own crafting stations. They could make one called, like, a duplication center or something, and we can generate all the logic for, okay, based on the name, the player puts in one item, we'll use the one item input UI, and we can generate the functionality of effectively this prompt, give them one item, give them output. And I think that's a very cool reason to add a building system. Very, very technical reason, though. The other side is just, I like to have that creative output and, like, control in games. So that's more of a hand wavy, like, we want to add building. But yeah, I haven't even thought much about how all that'll work, and code-wise or mechanic-wise, really. So maybe I'll be watching your streams and learning stuff there too, but I think we're both a little bit far away. If I stumble upon any resources, I'll send them to you for sure. I appreciate you doing the same. I could see level streaming probably working as well, or in Unity it's called world streaming. I'm not familiar with world streaming, actually. I am familiar with, like, chunking a world and, like, streaming in the neighboring chunks, kind of like how Minecraft does. Is that what you're referring to by world streaming? Oh, that. Okay, yeah. I think there's, I mean, in a game about so much, like, generative stuff, it makes it very, it feels very obvious that we should have, like, an infinitely generating world. However, like, it doesn't necessarily play to the strengths of LLMs. But you'd have different versions of the town depending on progress, and you choose which stream to load in. Yeah, that could work. Like you design different forms of the town. I don't know if you played Kenshi, but they do that really well, where every town has probably a dozen. I think we've talked about Kenshi actually. Every town has like a dozen different forms or states that it can be in, of like destroyed or overrun with this faction or overrun with that faction. And based on the actions that you do in the game, so if you like help this faction's leader, it will look at all of the towns nearby that aren't already destroyed and then switch their state over to like that town is now overrun by this faction. And so if you go help a different faction, it'll also change all those town states. It's a really cool system, but it requires so much work up front to build out all those states the towns can be in. Maybe I'll need to replay some Kenshi soon. Very intricate, yes. Maybe I'll play some Kenshi on stream sometime. It's such a rough game. Very, very hard. And Cozy always laughs when I play it because I tell her the most ridiculous things happening. Like, oh yeah, I was outside of town mining and a giant emu bird came up and ate my leg, and then I was crawling back to town to try and get to the inn, and some people picked me up and sold me into slavery, and now I'm trying to steal their clothes in the night so I can overrun this little faction and get out of town and take over this other town. And it is a very good story generator in the same way RimWorld is. Alright, so if I were to toggle on rocks, we'll get a bunch of rocks in the sky. Just some rocks. Like, I mean, come on, who else has a game like that? Exactly. Like, it's such a unique way to... Like, I really like those games that are more sandboxy and let you kind of effectively make your own story as you go. Like, that's super, super fun to me. And I think RimWorld and Kenshi really, really nail that. The only one that sounds equally ridiculous is that Yakuza game you've been playing. Yeah, Yakuza Like a Dragon. I mean, Dragon Quest was really ridiculous when I was playing it, because it's all just like ridiculous jokes and just absurdity, and Yakuza definitely kicks that up another notch, I would say. Would recommend at least Yakuza Like a Dragon, but apparently they can get wild. So maybe I'll play another one. Not a super big fan of the action games, but we'll see. I do like Yakuza Like a Dragon. BRB, but still lurking. Sounds good. I have just put in a ton of rocks because I don't really like just dragging in the prefabs. It's nice to have just the big old collection up here that I can grab from. Makes it a little bit more random, I think. But I'll probably end up grabbing more prefabs. Just gonna place as many rocks as I can for now. No, this is the fun stuff. This is why I learned Unity in the first place, is just world building, making towns, placing stuff. It is souped up The Sims, effectively. It's grabbing more rocks from the sky. Don't mind me. I feel like these like XYZ planes are just such a weird way to think, dragging along these planes. Still tricks my brain a lot to be like, alright, I need the green one and then the red one and then the blue one to get it from here to there, because otherwise it's a super janky process. But that guy, I'll bring him in and then across. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to do the like super vertical terrains, but we'll do what we can now and come back and clean it up with rocks or something. But we really want like this to go, water go all the way up to the wall, and then the terrain to just go straight up, but apparently very hard to do. So we'll lean these walls back instead. Maybe we don't put these fences on the wall, we put it back on the grass. So it kind of looks cool on the wall, actually. Just doesn't really make a lot of sense of how it's like structured in place. Secured in place. Are you intentionally not playing music? You know, a couple times during the stream I was like, I totally forgot to play music. And I was like, would it be weird if I started playing music now? I honestly just figured everybody else had put on music by now. But, you know, we have reached to the point where I'm just like heads down designing the town. So maybe I will throw on a little bit in the background. Let's see what we got. Eminem washed out or video game music. We'll try this a little bit, actually. It's a good question. The answer was no, but I had been thinking maybe I should be playing music, so I will. And I think I need to add it to OBS real fast. So let me do that. Alright, we are golden. Thank you for being here, everyone. Hope you're having a good time. And we're going to keep working on this town. We've reached the point now where we get to just kind of work on detailing. We got all the big picture stuff mostly done. So we're just going to be vibing for an hour or two more probably. And now we got music. And I'll come back and paint a lot of these shorelines, so that'll blend it even better with the rocks too. But just trying to figure out where we want stuff to be. That and that will not be using for now. Probably put a big old rock here. Maybe in the water? That could look cool. Kind of break it up a little bit. Maybe over close to the ocean. Or mountain. And I'm also realizing we probably, with our nav mesh, we probably need to exclude. Interesting. Exclude the water. Oh, but there's terrain underneath, and that's why the player can still walk on the water. So maybe we do need to paint those holes. Huh. We'll come back to that. Yeah, I'm always worried that these rocks are gonna like look too overdone, but I feel like they're looking really good. So far, at least. Can't believe you subbed with my own Prime. Our Prime, I suppose. Thank you again. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not what? I might have said something and I completely forgot what you might be responding to. Oh, that the rocks look good, maybe. Oh, you were trying to pay for it. You know, you might have. You did it great. Good job. It's all good. Thanks again. Yeah, this river's looking a lot nicer. We'll be back to paint some more of the sides later, but looking real good. Could also have some of the rocks kind of spilling up onto the ground too, which might look nice and kind of blend them in a little bit better. If they're not all just on the coast. Where'd you even go? There you go. Okay, this rock's looking good. I feel like we don't necessarily need more on this side. I'm gonna carve the water out a little further. Apparently we had some walls missing in there that we kind of lost. We can get those hooked up. Something like that, maybe. And then another rock here, and we could do walls between them. Maybe some low walls over here. We'll paint these, or I guess we can just carve them out a little bit. Now, do we want walls going all the way to the bridge? Probably not. But we can put the fence on top. Put it over here as well. So let's bring this terrain up to the bridge too. We should probably do the same for the bridge out front as well. You did it? Is the dashboard done? What'd you do? Oh, this is coming along nicely. Nice, thank you very much. The rocks really add a lot to the river, I think. We're gonna paint some of the shorelines, which I think will help a lot too. But it's definitely, it's coming together, for sure. I can change all the views to show a sum of one field and a count D of another with a drop down. Heck yeah. I know you were talking about, you were like, I don't know if you can even do that. Good job. Just focusing on one chunk at a time, best way to do it. Heck yeah, except for when you spend so much time on the one chunk and then you look over and you're like, all right, I'm out of time. But yeah, good job, Cozy. I knew you could do it. This isn't the best bridge model because it's such a deep base inward, but we're doing what we can with it. We'll just carve out some space here. The lower brush size. And that should do it. We can maybe put some like ivy and vines and stuff there. Also, actually looking at what you're working on, it looks very nice. Well, thank you. I wish I could see your dashboard as well. I'm sure it looks equally nice, actually. That's such a good emoji. Just trying to get a little bit more water under the bridge, as they say. But our height map's giving us a little bit of an issue. Maybe I don't necessarily need that much. Guess we could put some rocks down here too. Maybe that is a good way to bring it together. Man, I want to make a super low poly PS1 N64 style game so bad, but with a way smaller scope than a JRPG. Do it. Bet you won't. Sounds like a good idea for like a couple week hackathon, or maybe even like a week hackathon if you want to go hard on it. But that'd be cool. I love the old like N64 style low poly. I also, they're not good, but I do enjoy the nostalgia of the like PlayStation 1 style cameras where they're just terrible. But you should do it. There's a lot of good assets out there. I bet you could nail it. I won't right now, but I will either after this project or when I need a break. Yeah, it's good to have in your pocket for sure. Especially for like needing a break or like when you get that break, I guess. Do you have any idea of like what I know you said smaller scope than a JRPG, but does that mean you have a story or like a plot you want to work through from the player? Just working on the charts themselves for now, trying to do the details before worrying too much about the layout. You know, your charts are my riverbeds. So we are doing the same thing here. Working on the small things before the big things. And that is the best thing to do here. You got it. Alright, let's get a few more rocks down yonder. That's a big boy. Let's take him over here. And we'll have him like connect probably with some gate or wall, maybe. We'll see. River's looking good. On a tiny rock here. Gotta fix these fences. Maybe do another fence on that. Also, yeah, I guess all these need connected. Do the walls, and maybe we can call the river done soon. I've always wanted to attempt a scary game, but I don't know what. I know I don't want to do a scary chase game because I'm not a fan of them anyways. I was literally about to suggest the Slender Man game if you haven't played that. That was my go-to scary game. It was such a bad game. You basically just run around in this forest looking for notes, like paper, sheets of paper on the ground. And this guy occasionally chases you, but if you look at him for too long, that's how you lose. How you've played. Yeah, I was actually pretty good at it. And that was like one of the first horror games that I played. And I'm not a big fan of like the Resident Evil style. The horror comes from gore or just like jump scares. I love that. Like, I feel like this game does a great job of that tension and like feeling like somebody's always just right out there and you're trying to like do something. You're trying to complete something before you lose. But I would play a scary game if you made one for sure. I don't know if I'll make one. We started making one on stream months and months ago, but it was more just to like prototype some of the AI stuff we were doing. But it was kind of cool. You woke up in a like basement cell and you could talk to another NPC through a vent in the wall. And we were prototyping some of the like early quest stuff we were working on, where there were objectives that you had to do in the conversation in order to progress through the plot. So the very first thing that you had to do was like calm down this other NPC that just woke up in the room next to you. And when their calmness level was low enough, then you had to like befriend them, I think it was. And like throughout all this, you're learning about why you might be in the basement. And it did some cool stuff where you would tell them some things about you as like part of the objectives you had to complete. So you would say like, oh, I'm a school teacher from Iowa. And KU Soft, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Are you a game dev? You popping in? What you working on? I'm talking about an old horror game that we were prototyping a few months ago, but yeah, you had to basically say some stuff about yourself, and we used that stuff in generating the plot of why you were locked down there. So if you said like you were a farmer, or maybe you said you were a teacher, later on when you're talking to the like antagonist through like there was a camera on your jail cell, so you didn't actually see anyone, but it was all conversation based. They would say like, hey, you failed my kid in school or something like that, and that's why I caught you and locked you up in my basement. And then the final like boss of the game is basically convincing them that you should be let out. We didn't actually finish this game, but I think it's such a cool idea of like those kind of objectives in the conversation. So it kind of was the early prototype for all the quests in this game for detecting if something is actually done or not. But that'd be really cool. I've also seen there's a lot of cool like voice cloning stuff out there now. And I think it'd be so cool to have a game kind of like what's that new multiplayer horror game that's like super low budget. I know there's a few of them out there. But it'd be really cool to do a game where you need to like split up. You're within maybe like 3 or 4 people. You need to split up and do certain other things. And so you're talking remotely to these other players. It'd be so cool to take some of the player voices and like voice clone them and then use AI to like be the enemy, but they are effectively, you generate things that you say to players on behalf of other players in that other player's voice to like convince the player to go out into a dangerous area or something. Not Dead by Daylight, but it is a similar vein. But basically just like using some of that voice cloning stuff in a horror game to kind of pit the players against each other so they don't even know if they can trust each other. Like that'd be super cool, but I haven't prototyped any of that at all. But that's probably what I would do if I did something spooky. That'd be super fun, but I don't know if it'd actually be fun or not, because I mean, there's probably a lot of like metagaming and stuff of like, oh, okay, my secret password is bananas, so don't trust anything I say unless I say bananas. Like, it's really cool for that first playthrough when you don't realize what's happening, but it's one of those games where like you would figure out what's going on pretty quickly, and then do you keep playing if you know the twist? I don't know. But it'd be cool to see for sure. You're like me, I bet, more into psychological thriller than gore and jump scares. Absolutely, yes. I don't mind a jump scare that's good, but most of them are not. Yeah, I watched there's some YouTube video. It might have been Game Maker's Toolkit on horror games. And they do a good job breaking down like what makes a good jump scare. And it's like the tension of knowing that there might be a jump scare and you're just kind of waiting for it. And like as soon as you have the jump scare, all that stuff you've built up is gone. So like it's not the jump scare itself that's valuable in that horror game. It's like the tension of, is there going to be a jump scare? There's a lot of really cool like little rules like that they broke down in that video that I didn't necessarily think about that might be cool. I can share that in the Discord sometime if I find it again, or if you're interested. Just hearing fake audio of the other person I'm playing with would be creepy alone, let alone when I don't know it's not them. Yeah, and I feel like there's probably like you could establish some rules. Like one other thing that I think is really cool in horror games is like horror derived from the player either not understanding what's happening, or even better, horror derived from the player thinks that they know what's happening and then something challenges that. Like if you popped into a game with another person and it's very quickly and very obviously established that like if one of you dies, you can no longer use the voice chat and like you can't talk to each other. If later one of you does die and it's all you alone, like if that would be a great time to bring in that voice clone of the other player and like pretend to be them, pretend to be a ghost or something, where they're like, hey, I thought the rule was this, now there's something completely different, I have no idea what's going on here. Like I feel like that's a really good source of tension and like horror too. But yeah, I definitely am more into that psychological thriller for sure. So that'd be fun to build out too, for sure. I think I've seen it before, but it would have been a long time ago. I'd definitely watch again. Yeah, all those, I love those videos so much. I watch them all the time. If I see it again, I'll check it out. Challenging a player's knowledge is something you'd love to explore. Yeah, and I feel like that's also a good case of when you can, like a lot of those types of horror, like there is a twist and it's less exciting when the player knows the twist. But I feel like in a lot of more modern horror games, they're very replayable. They're like multiplayer, you're doing something with friends and it's mostly the same each time, but you're just like trying different things. I feel like specifically challenging the player's knowledge of the game is something that translates really well into like replayability, where you can yeah, I don't even know, like change those rules between games where it's like constant for a whole game, and then maybe the next game something is slightly different and they don't realize it, or yeah, lots of fun stuff to explore there. Would be really cool. If you end up making anything, do let me know. I'd love to play it. Challenging the genre expectations. Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff. Like, I mean, I don't know if you played Doki Doki Literature Club. I didn't actually play it, but I've seen so much analysis of it. Like, you go in expecting a, like, visual novel where you're romancing people, and it ends up being a horror game. No spoilers, but like that's a big genre twist in it, but also it does some crazy stuff. Like accessing the files on your computer, and like it'll delete its own save file in some cases. It'll detect if you like, once it's deleted its save file, you're, as the player, you're like, oh, okay, I can get around that by just copying this and storing the save file somewhere else. I'm pretty sure it detects if you do that too, so you get different dialogue in the game, and it's very like fourth wall breaking. Like, that's super horror. I would love to play the game sometime, but never got around to it, I guess. But I usually don't play too many horror games. But looks really cool for sure. It was wild at the time. Reminds me of Inscription as well. You loved that game. I never actually... I feel like I've seen the word Inscription, but I don't know anything about it. It's another horror game. I would be interested in hearing about it. The Deck Builder Spooky Game. I won't say much about it because of a couple of twists, but it's just worth playing, or at least at the very least watching someone play through it. There's some of that fourth wall breaking that happens. Oh, that's interesting. Let me jot that down to Inscription. An inky black card-based odyssey. Blends deck building, roguelike, and escape room style puzzles with psychological horror. Okay. Interesting. I'll check that out sometime. Big fan of it. I've always been wanting to attempt a roguelike deck building game, so maybe I could mesh the two together somehow. Yeah? Yeah? I bet you could. I love mixing genres like that. Probably to a detriment. But I do love those like genre bending things. Would be really cool to see what you do. Especially if it's more like yeah, I don't even know like where to go with that. Let us sit and marinate for sure. Yeah. Let me know what you come up with. Maybe I can brainstorm on that with you. If you have ideas, definitely. Yeah, I keep eyeing all the, like, there were a couple of really big game jams that just happened. I didn't do either of them because I was a little busy on both times, but I'm getting the game jam itch, so I'm always thinking of like, ooh, what can I build this weekend or in a couple days, and just could be something real cool. It's always fun to prototype those little things. Alright, so we got a nice little cliff over here, I think. We are quickly approaching the point where we don't need this many rocks. Alright, so what is next? We still need to do walls. I feel like I'm going to poke through the assets to see if there's like pre-made walls though. I feel like we have a few more cliffs in town that we could probably do. Let's get this guy a little better placed though. Not the best view from this window. I'd love to try one by myself next time, but I'll probably wait until the end of this year or early next year. Do you normally do teams on game jams, or do you normally do game jams at all? It's been a long time since I've done one, but I love doing the solo ones, but there's also a lot of like matchmaking discords and stuff, and I do love popping into a random team sometimes and just be like, all right guys, what are we building? That's always super fun to me. Okay, so we got a little bit of a cliff here. Let's bring this terrain up so it's a little more obvious. We'll do some stone over here as well. I've only done one, and that was 2 months ago. Oh, okay. It was randomly placed on a team with 3 others. It was Zachavelli's team game jam. Oh, okay, cool. Was it a good experience to be placed with random people? I feel like a solo one would be really, really fun. Especially once you've got like one out of the way and you know kind of what's going on. Gotta run to dance class, Cozy. Thanks for being here. Enjoy dance class. Stream will go well, and I'll see you soon. Itch has a calendar of upcoming game jams. I'm always checking that. I'm so gonna get the itch and do one soon, I think, but kind of heads down on this. But maybe a little bit less pressing if we're not doing Next Fest. We'll see. Let's see how these kind of look as toppers for the cliff. They don't look great, to be honest. I loved it. It was a big learning lesson, and 2 others had done several jams before. That's really important to like learn from them for sure. But yeah, now that the first one is out of the way, it doesn't seem as daunting for me to do one. Heck yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it, like the very first one for a lot of people, I think myself included, you're like, I'm going to make a full-on game. And you know it's going to be a small scope, but you're just not in that mindset of like what really is a small scope until you start seeing everybody else's submissions. So it's really cool to kind of have that team for the first one get kind of the process down of like how to plan out, how much time to plan stuff, and how to prioritize certain stuff, what to prioritize. But yeah, once that's out of the way, you can probably nail a solo one because, I mean, it seems like you've got some good vision for making some fun games. And, I mean, solo lets you nail that, so could be cool. Zaccavelli's is a month long, which is super nice, but I know most of them only for a weekend, so I have to make sure I dedicate some time to it. Yeah, they're usually either a weekend or like a week, maybe 2 weeks, but I feel like, I mean, it seemed like it was this way for Zaccavelli's also, where you didn't necessarily work on it for a full month. I feel like when game jams are about a week long, people feel pretty pressured to work on them for the full week, but I kind of just treat them as like, all right, I have the whole week. I'll spend a few days and get something out. And it's nicer that way to find ones that are a little bit longer. I feel like a month-long one is where I start getting like, okay, people are actually going to work on this for a full month. Nothing I make is going to compare. I'm sure Zach did a great job, like, making it feel very inclusive, but I like those shorter range ones just because everyone's on level playing field, and even if people aren't working the whole time on it, it's still somewhat similar. Alright, I need to fix these fences. Well, thank you. Just want to test my chops now. We also used Unity for the team jam. Nice. We'll get you converted over. But I'm not super comfortable with it and had to look up a lot of stuff on the fly. But doing one in Unreal, I'd be able to move way faster. Oh yeah, that'd be really cool too, to see like the difference of just like the logistics really. And you could probably find an Unreal team for sure, but I feel like a solo one sounds like what you're itching for now. Yeah, the fence on the walls looks a little bit weird, but it's a style, I guess. Let's move these guys over. You just want to let loose. I feel that. That's what you gotta do. Let that imagination go. Build something cool and then be like, I'll come back to this, I guess, maybe sometime. Or not. I'm excited to see what you build. I'm realizing if we have these stairs here, we probably want some sort of cliff here as well, because otherwise they just walk up the hill. So maybe we can take one of these, do something like this, bring the terrain up. We also want this to kind of connect. I guess we could move this. Doesn't really need to be here. It's not really doing anything. But we're also kind of creating just a dead space here with the cliff. Yeah, I think we'll need to move this guy. Maybe. Don't really know what he should be for. We'll pull in some rocks here and leave it for now. Gotta go find some food to eat. Good luck. I'm getting pretty hungry too, to be honest. So is this weird to have a stone wall capped by like brick? I feel like it is. Unless we like bring this out and cover it. Maybe we can get away with it here. Maybe we'll just do like a big old stone pile here. Big old stone pile. That could work. We could maybe put like a workstation or something next to it that's related to stone. Get this more leveled off. It's flattened out. Maybe those little lips would be good here, where it is actually just a little lip. Let's see how they look. I feel like they're gonna be ugly. But we could... I feel like they're also so small, like we're not gonna get that much variation, even if we were to bring them all the way around and get that lip. Could bring this up a little further and then extend the stairs. Then maybe we can get these to where we only need a couple. So if we took some of these guys, brought them over here, kind of can mark the space. Kind of. So if we now add some rocks, is that gonna look derpy? I mean, not as bad as I thought it would be, to be honest. Oh, that's quite a big rock. Let's leave that for over there. Also quite large. Let's use up some of these flat on top ones. We could go grab more prefabs, as I said, but we're just trying to grab random ones from the sky to make it a little bit more random feeling. So we can cover this rock with our caps. Here we go this way. Something like that, and maybe we bring these guys out just a tad further. I mean, that looks more intentional. It's a little weird to have this like stone cap over the rock cliff face though. But we'll work with it for now. Let's just plug this guy in. Fill up the rest of the gap. Something wrong with the LOD of this rock. We can make that bigger. Just a little bit more height variance on the wall. Maybe we take a small rock and add it next to it. Glad I fixed the sun, like the global lighting before doing all this, because our shadows were very, very wrong. And I feel like grabbing these rocks out of the sky would have been impossible if I couldn't line up the shadows. Sure, that's fine. It's an interesting wall, I'd say. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it's visually interesting at least. Okay, so we need something there. Maybe we can take a nice square guy. Just do a little bit underneath the caps. Not the greatest. But actually, if we bring this terrain in, it looks better. It's pretty janky up here, but it looks better. Probably want some slabs between these, but this will be fine for now. Trying to get a little bit of like a earthy flat slab, but it's pretty hard to get the vertices lined up. That'll be fine. Alright, I want to transition to like trees and stuff soon, just so we're not doing rocks forever. I don't think I'll stream for 20,000 years more. But you can see how some things are looking. I didn't take all of these rocks out of this rocks parent when I started using them, so we might have a bit of cleanup, and I worry that if I start shift clicking to grab rocks, I'm gonna start accidentally selecting the child like LOD rocks like that. I think we just got one. Yeah. So let's do a quick little cleanup here. See if we can grab all these rocks at once. Wish there were a keyboard shortcut to toggle objects on or off. But we'll just grab what we can real fast for a minute and then switch to some trees. Maybe some grass. Clean things up real nice. Yeah, I think we want blue outline objects, not orange. And I'm not actually sure what the colored outline differentiates, but I think it is like top level object or not. Did we lose? Okay. Have that exact same issue in Unreal. Yeah. What'd you grab to eat? My mom was visiting this weekend. We made so much food, so I have leftovers for like ever. So I'm dreaming about like some taco soup. We got some breakfast casserole in there. Okay, that was actually pretty quick to get all the rocks. Is that all of them? Alright, so we got another cap here. Let's go ahead and get rid of him too. I feel like if I toggle them off, we're probably not going to come back to them and toggle them back on. We're just going to grab the prefabs. But we'll clean it up real nice. And these guys, let's put them on the ground for now. Or maybe I'll just keep finding rocks for years. Alright, so foliage. We have some that we could take. We also have ground prefabs, like for the stone paths and slabs and stuff that we'll probably use on the stairs. I'm not going to mess with those right now. We have some foliage here, but I think all of this foliage is not the vibe. It's very low poly, like ferns and stuff. And we have better grass and stuff than that. So I'm just going to delete all of that. Barrels is more decor. Those are all prefabs that we can bring in as needed too, so I will delete those. So we've got ladders, fences, steps, handrails, masonry, platforms, lampposts, which will probably move around, buildings, doors, iron fixtures. We'll probably still do that on the wall, and canopies. Okay, so everything's fine for now. Let's actually now go to we'll do our own foliage, set that as our default parent, and we'll grab some trees. We cooked some Mexican bowls last night. That sounds delicious. So I'm eating leftovers from that. Mexican bowls make such good leftovers, actually. Your leftovers, I bet, are way better. Mom's leftovers are always top tier. Well, actually, we cooked all the food for my mom. I do agree, but also my wife's leftovers, also top tier. So it's a win-win there. Let's fix this ground real fast. This is me getting distracted, but that's fine. It's a nice little hill, I guess. And then we'll set to this height. It's not the... It's a pretty soft hill, but it'll work for now. My leftovers are bomb, but yes, my last statement still stands, yes. Yeah, every time we go visit my mom back in the Midwest, she cooks so much, she leaves so much food as leftovers, and she's always like, take them back with you, and I'm like, we're flying, we can't. But would if I could. Alright, so trees. What are we thinking on trees? We have a lot of prefabs rigged up. All of these already have all the metadata they need for players to harvest and interact from all of them. So we're just going to go through. Probably want a storage chest somewhere in town, but don't know where yet, so we're going to plop it down right at the gate. That gives the player access to like their player storage. Doesn't make a lot of like logical sense to have at the gate, but it's probably handy to have at the gate. Alright, crystals, probably not a lot of those in town. Dead trees, desert stuff, jungle ruins. Nah. Leaves and bushes. Now that is what we're talking about. So I'm kind of picturing this outside area pretty naturey and grassy, so good place to test out some bushes, see what we're working with. I also wonder if I can preview some of these. If I switch to the 3-panel layout. Bushes. Leaves and bushes. Yeah, okay. So we got a nice palette here. Can't zoom in more. Okay. But just a lot of the same bushes we have out in the world, so we don't necessarily need a lot of them because they're not like unique resources, but they do look nice. It's actually a huge bush. What do we call that? Oh, that's not... Oh, that's tree leaves. Okay, yeah, maybe we... Some of these apparently aren't rigged up, but that's fine. We can always add that data. Are none of them? A little suspicious that none of them have scripts or colliders. When you just go across the way, what is this? Brush? Brush 2? That's brush 2. This is brush 2. Oh. I wonder if re-importing the asset that I got all these from overwrote my prefabs. Well, these... Oh, some of the trees have the data still on them, but some don't. Interesting. That might be very concerning. I'm not going to think about that too much right now. We might have to go re-rig a lot of our prefabs, because I brought back in the asset that all these are from. And I know prefabs share, like, object IDs, so they might have overwritten the existing object IDs if I hadn't, like, created new prefabs. It's a little concerning, but luckily it is a quick fix because of how we built everything to work, so that's really nice. Just go through and basically add names to objects. Alright, so bushes. Maybe we want to start with more trees, bigger foliage first. So let's come back to bushes. We've got lighting, ores, particle effects. Plants, again, are even smaller, so we'll come back to them. Chests. We've got our rocks. Ruins. There's some suspicious things broken. I know we have this temple in the world. Is it pink now? Nope, it still works. Alright, I'm not worried about that, I promise. Alright, tree branches. Okay, fine. We are at the trees. So, in this area, we have a lot of pine trees and maple trees. We also have some grand trees. We've got basically a huge forest. The first town we built is mostly maple and birch, I believe. Or maybe it's just birch. Yeah, just birch. Okay. And that was to minimize the number of trees that the player gets exposed to right around the starting area, which we'll probably want to do here. Like, maybe we cut down on a lot of these. Like, we got oak trees. We'll definitely kill the oak trees. We also have maple trees and pine trees. We have a lot of oak trees, actually. So there's a lot of trees. Huh. Well, I'm trying to decide on what singular tree I want to, like, place around town. And it might be oak trees. We don't really have a place in the world yet where you go there if you want oak specifically. We do have pine, birch, dead trees, and maples kind of scattered all throughout. Oak is kind of scattered throughout too. You can make a foliage prefab with a mesh variable, put your interact script on it, and just make sure that all the values are instance editable. But that also sounds like it'd be more work cleaning up all the current existing trees. Yeah, actually, I mean, all these trees were set up as individual prefabs, and we've got our test scene with all of our prefabs that I added all these scripts to. I think what happened was, though, I just imported in a bunch of trees from assets and then edited those prefabs without creating new ones. So when I re-imported an asset that I probably shouldn't have done, it found those objects with the same prefab ID and just updated them. But luckily, since it is the same prefab, I probably actually have all this stuff. Wow, there's a couple assets in here, but if I look at Clover prefab, for example, I can probably just revert a lot of these because they're just going to be taking the scripts off. Like this mono behavior is probably my script. Here's the collider here. So it wouldn't be too hard to just revert all of the changes that I did from importing, but I might just redo it because there's some other stuff that I've been meaning to add to that script, so it might be a good time to go through and beef it up a little bit. But you suggested trees that look opposite to the large tree to show more contrast with it. So that would not be pine or oak. Pine, oak. Both of those look very similar to the tree. So maybe maple is the way to go. And we can kind of play up some magical essences in the maple trees around this big tree to kind of explain why they're all colorful and stuff. Start killing some trees just because we hadn't formed this world yet, so it's just mostly randomly placed trees everywhere. Got lemon trees. That's something I've not yet learned how to do with Git yet. Yeah, I actually don't know how objects are stored in Unreal. I really don't like that they're stored in YAML in Unity. So here's our Clover prefab, and it is just tons and tons of lines. Well, it's 100-ish lines, but it's all YAML, which doesn't really diff well in Git. So if two people change the transform values or scale or some of these other values, there's no they can't really be compared, and it just becomes a merge conflict. There's a lot of issues there, but you can kind of read this file as this prefab has these components on it. These component IDs point to specific components or scripts. So I guess they're file IDs. And so when I imported this object again, what it did was remove the object, the box collider off this object, and also the script for making it interactable. So I would guess that this negative file ID component is the box collider because it doesn't really correspond with a component that I wrote. And this is probably the component that I wrote for making things interactable. So the git diff is just removing those, and then they're going to have more information down here. This one is a mono behavior with these properties. So it's also the data that I set, on the interactable script, I gave it a display name of 4-leaf clover. All that stuff is just stored in the prefab object on a file with this format. So this file, see, I don't know what the mapping was from the prefab ID to this file, but I bet there is a mapping there, and when I imported stuff, they're like, oh, that prefab data is in this file. instead of like, I was wondering how it would work because I moved around my hierarchy a lot and all of my stuff is in like systems, entities, interactable objects, trees, birch tree 1. And birch tree 1 is a prefab from like originally whatever prefab folder it was. So I wasn't sure if moving it into a new folder would override it or not. The answer is yes. So I probably just need to like go through and either revert these or just redo it. But it's super easy to revert the files. I mean, I'm not using the command line here, but I would. But here, it's literally just right-click, discard changes. And you just want to make sure that the changes that were made are actually what you wanted. But all I've done on stream today is like placing new objects. So all that's just going to be in world.unity or whatever. And that's literally just a list of object IDs, prefab IDs, pointing to these other objects for more data. I wonder if I could even find, I can't really search the files, can I? World.unity, there we go. So I've added a ton of prefabs, a ton of objects, and so here's object ID, this, it is a prefab with these properties, and here's another game object, another prefab, and just so on of just everything I added today, which is quite a lot, I guess. But yeah, I think Git is amazing. I've been using it for so long. This file is actually so long it's crashing the desktop client apparently. But there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with it. My favorite is like Git bisecting, where you can check out a really old commit where something works or something looks a certain way, and then you can say like it worked here, and then you can check out a commit that's more recent where it doesn't work, something is broken, and then you tell Git like, hey, it doesn't work here, bisect between this and like find the commit where this specific thing broke. There's a lot of really cool tools and stuff you can use in there. Alright, I think we're gonna go with maple trees. Is that weird for like your first tree in the game? Maple trees? I feel like they're very cool, but they definitely don't look like normal trees. My mind is blown. Holy crap. I didn't know I could do that. Yeah, I mean, it's more relevant. Like, I mean, I don't know if you write tests in Unreal. I don't write tests in Unity, but I know there is, like, I could be writing tests somewhere to say, like, this specific thing is supposed to work. Here's a test that proves it. And so a lot of languages will have, like, testing frameworks that are integrated with Git even, where you can say, like, what Git commit did this test first fail in? And it says, like, here's the commit, here's exactly what changed. That's probably why the test is now failing. Very, very handy time saver. It's called Git bisecting. I used to do it by hand, but I feel like there's a tool now. Or, yeah, it's just a Git command now. Git bisect. Use binary search to find the commit that introduced a bug. And you say, like, git bisect start at this commit, end at another commit, and it goes through and finds what changed. It's pretty nice. Alright, well, if we're going to be using maple trees, that means we can ignore outside of the town and start placing maple trees in here. Let's go grab our maple. We only have 2 variants, that's fine. And we'll just place some around in town. And both of them still have our scripts on them, so that's great. We're just adding some pops of color, really. Kind of closing off some areas visually. At least that's the one thing I got out of my first game jam. It is my first ever time using Git. Still iffy on my knowledge with it, but it's not as scary anymore. That is good. It's still a little scary for me, to be honest, but is a extremely good tool. I don't know if you used like branching and like merging and stuff in your jam, but I hesitate to do many branches in Unity because of just like the format of how data is stored doesn't really make branching and merging easy. But it's super nice on bigger teams where you can have that main branch that is always working that people can work off of, and then you can start working on features on another branch and like be checking it in and get all these benefits and stuff without breaking things for everyone else. The other benefit to using the maple trees in the town is that it's a complementary color to the rooftops, also making them pops. Oh yeah, orange and blue. I can't see any sci-fi movie posters ever again because they're always orange and blue. Somebody pointed it out to me once. Works well together, but it works well together, I guess. You were using branches and merging. Okay, good. I mean, that gives me hope that it's possible to do. I have had very bad luck getting things merged properly in Unity. A couple times I've lost like a couple days of work where I've merged something and it just clobbered everything else I was already doing. So we have one visual path here. Oh, right. We wanted to make these roads a little bit more concrete, but maybe we can pull it in a little bit or pull the visuals in by framing stuff with trees. So we also have these guys over here, which neither are really focal points. We could move this guy and see both or see just one. Maybe just the one, and then we can put another small tree way back here on the hill. Oh, I see. Since my first year in school for graphic design, I feel like my third eye has opened up to so many advertising tropes that I never noticed before. It's like now I know the tricks. I can't get fooled as easily as someone who doesn't know. I saw that a lot with, I took a film class in college and I was like, this is really interesting, but this will ruin movies for me for the rest of my life because I mean, now I sit and watch movies and I'm like, oh, they introduced this thing, so obviously it'll be useful later. And the tropes say, I mean, this person will probably kill this person with this or something. And I don't get twists nearly as often. So it's very interesting, but I'm like, should I have done that? Whenever I go to a restaurant, my girlfriend makes fun of me because of how much I'm studying the layout of the menu, more so than looking at what's on the menu. I mean, maybe it's pretty menus. I think what we're going to do is put a different kind of tree here, so we get that contrast between those two. It's 50-50 on whether it's a good menu or not. Let's do a shade tree. We have one of those in the other town too. So something like that could look really cool over here. If we can get it. Yeah, cool shape. Make them nice and tall. So that's like another... It's going to draw the eyes up center, but there's no path there. So you're kind of presented with that choice of like, do I want to go left and right, or left or right, and then turn to see it? Something like this. Yeah, I think that works well. And we don't really have a lot of anchor points of like where the player's camera is going to be. I feel like I should probably have more than just this, like put a couple, like when they're here, what are they going to see? Going down these steps, they're going to get funneled in through here, so we know they will be here often if they go up in that area. Like they have the gate and they have this, but both of them are very covered up. So maybe actually while we're here, let's pull this guy back a little bit. And then maybe we can... Don't think that guy was even part of our original framing. He's just kind of blocking the bridge a little bit. So if we bring him over like that, we'll still block the bridge from here. But when we're funneled through this point, you see the house now. So we probably want to put like a big old thematic tree here too. Like the dead tree is probably a good one if we're doing that spooky area over there. Maybe. Might be too much. But starting to get more of those like, alright, we come in town, we have this way or this way. If we go up here, we'll have probably something big up here. It's forcing the player to choose now. Good. I'm glad you like it, Pat. So if you're funneled down through here, we have the gate. It's a nice clear path there. We have the bridge in view now with the house and something thematic next to the house. We probably want some sort of like big blocking object here. So let's go get our maple trees again. Put a couple of those guys in maybe. We'll just make sure that they don't block the route from the original gate. This would be a fun thing to like figure out how to write tests for. Like, can you see a certain object from a location? Because I'm realizing that there's going to be a lot of like, we have 2 focal points here, and as I'm adding stuff to the landscape here, I want to make sure that it doesn't block the sight of things from here. That's not going to scale well if we add even like a third one. If we're like here, we want to make sure stuff we add doesn't block stuff here or on the other one. So it would be interesting to see if you could set up some sort of system that lets you make sure things, or like highlights things that block important views. Because here, things look good. We could probably do something different here, or maybe even bring it in so it blends in closer with that tree. Sounded like my TV just turned on, but it's probably fine. Okay, so things are looking good from here. We got our nice sight lines. Ghost TV. You know, sometimes I have a Bluetooth controller that I use to play Yakuza in bed, but it's also paired to the TV, so sometimes when I turn that on, I think it's connected to the TV I think it's connected to my laptop, and I'll go to like push buttons to play the game on my laptop, but it's actually connected to the TV, which turns itself on when you connect stuff to it, and then I'm pressing A to like progress, so it's actually selecting Netflix on the TV and like starting a show. More than once I've been like, what the heck is that? And I accidentally like started Netflix from my controller at like midnight or 1 in the morning, and I'm like, oh god, what is this? There's your horror game idea. It's just trying to get Bluetooth stuff paired to the correct device, and you don't know if it's ghosts or intruders when it connects to other devices. It would be nice to have a few more variants of maple trees if we're going to be using them so heavily, but it's probably fine. Probably have a wall there, actually. Let's pull this guy in. So we almost have like a line drawing the eye to the house here. I want to be putting something here to frame this a little bit better, but I don't want to take away from the big dead tree. We could do some like smaller versions of this tree, but I almost feel like it's worth just having the one. You could do like a wooden shed or something. Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, I might... Speaking of ways to try and blend this town into another town, I wonder... I feel like the texture that's on these is way too different. Like, it's not higher resolution, but it is like more textured. Maybe take this, reset its position to over here, drag it back out. Yeah, I feel like this might clash pretty hard with the house next to it. It's less stylized. Do you mean... See, I never know. Is the house less stylized than the shed? Or is the shed less stylized than the house? Because I feel like they're both, like, just stylized in different ways. But what I could do is just swap out the materials on it to maybe this. Depending on... Oh, it just uses the giant... that guy. But I could do... probably find something that's a little closer. Ooh, I actually really like it made out of leaves. That's cool. But surely we have some textures that are like nice white or something. Not quite like that. The shed is less stylized. I see. Okay. Huh. Why is that the case if it looks like the shed has more detail? Is it based on detail? Or like level of detail at all? Oh, that's kind of cool too, actually. Not for here, but that is cool. I could work with that later. We could make it a stone shed with a grass roof. Stylized just usually means flatter and less busy, almost cartoony. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Well, that's good to know. Thank you. So I actually really like that. I might use that somewhere else. But there's some terrifying textures on here. What the heck? Oh, right. I forgot that I added a bunch of creatures to like prepare for combat. So we got some interesting textures in here. Those are scary. Yeah, dang. I mean, I haven't even rigged up like all the animations and stuff for the creatures. They are a lot more stylized. So it would be cool to see them in this world. They're just in the test environment, another scene right now. Is that the rocks, the river rocks? You know, I guess I could look. Ooh, that's really pretty too. I could look and see what this texture is. Like, if there's a wall. Walls. Okay, so I can just search medieval and get all of them and look around. Okay. Let's do that. But there's some really cool textures in here. I used the word. Heck yeah. I'm listening to chat. I got stuff to learn. Medieval. Let's see if anything in here makes it kind of match the style a little bit better. Oh, right. It's atlases. Well, all right, we'll just put something on for now then. We'll do something like this. We'll come back to it. But it's a good blocking for potentially putting a shed there or something. Let's flatten this ground around it too. That checks out. You could easily use one of those atlases in Blender and assign the colors there, then re-import. Interesting. I have no idea how I would do that, but it is nice to know that you could. Like, you're saying basically we could effectively make an atlas for this using these colors. I guess that makes sense. I have not done anything even close to that other than like 20 years ago when I was playing The Sims and you could download clothes by replacing the atlas files with new clothes atlases, so they just drew differently on your body. Also, some of these Japanese trees could be really cool, like in a garden or something up here. The only plans I have for the cherry blossoms right now are way over on the opposite side of the map. I was going to do a little cherry blossom grove in here with some baby dragons. So it would be cool to have access to them over here as well, since they're all just like there as resources to the player. So I'll leave that there to remind me, but let's keep looking at some of these sightlines. So I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to put the back gate, right? Oh, okay, not quite. We'll see a wall there. That's fine. So we come in through here. If we go this way, This house is nice and hidden away. You really have to like be aware. I'll see if I can't find the video that can show you how to do that. I love the mountain area. Oh, awesome. Yeah, if you want to share that, that'd be great. Thank you. Happy to learn. Alright, so up here we definitely need some color. So we can probably... Well, we thought about moving this, but I kind of like just the framing of this like back alley almost. BRB, no worries. Thanks for being here. Good luck with the dishes. Let's raise this terrain up a little bit. So at least this ground connects. Maybe we lower the ground a little bit too. It's just a little bit of a pain to move them all together. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, no problem. It's fun to just get on and work on stuff and learn stuff. I wish there were a better way to just select these things, but it's going to select everything in the background and stuff on the ground too. Maybe we can kind of fandangle a little bit. Bring this guy down maybe just a tad or a lot, and then maybe we can switch the stairs around. Actually, they kind of line up almost. If we did that, take this guy, all of this guy, so selecting like this, and then, oh no, what have we selected? Oh, we have the terrain. Oh, we have the other terrain too, okay. So, set. Why does that look so weird? 4 legs, they're just different. Oh, because they're on platforms and stuff, so it would actually be hard to move it over. Kind of. Could do something like, well, something like this, and then move this pillar over in the corner. Keep that on the wood. And we could even get rid of this pillar and like open it up to this back area too. I feel like we just yoinked a part of our roof here. Where does this connect to? Oh, it's the other leg. Okay. Okay, that looks better. It's given this more of a purpose for being back here and connecting a little bit. Okay, so maybe we can put one maple tree up here before we get into the cherry blossoms, but it can kind of hide them away until you're up there. Ooh, that's some rough terrain. Let's smooth that out too. I was probably trying to make a gradient or a hill or something. Okay, those look good. even bring some of this terrain down. But maybe we'll come back and do some cliffs there. It'd be fun to hide some stuff up here. Like if we'd had a cliff here and a cliff here that the player couldn't jump up, we'd be able to hide some stuff over here until they have like increased height on their jump or like other items that help them get up there. Nice little easy way to hide some rewards up there while leaving room to expand later. Cool. So let's take a look here. Probably want tree blocking our vision up here even if we don't do anything up there, but it doesn't need to be focus. Let's put a little bit out of the way, obscured. So the main focal points when the player's coming up here are really like they have this area here, nice little open, but they're seeing stairs, 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 and also these rocks, which are, I'd say, a focal point, especially since they're very front and center. They are a different color than everything else. So maybe we want to obscure them a little bit with like a smaller tree. Could even do like a maple, like young maple sapling or something. So we could do something like this. Could make it smaller. And that makes the stairs a lot more obvious. We probably want like some barrels or something here is a good way to hide these stairs since they're not really important. We can put some barrels around them. But we want to draw the eye to these stairs here, or like checking out this backyard, which might have something cool in there yet, but who knows. But these stairs are good. We could, yeah, let's take this light post and we'll bring it over here so we have the dynamic light as well, which will also dry the eye here, make it look more of a path to go. Something like that. And so this light is here to draw us here. We probably, oh right, we have the framing of lights here. So here and here, the lights they see are going to be this guy, and this guy, with a little bit here probably of a glow. I feel like we can get rid of this guy, because we don't necessarily need to draw the eye there. One, we have something already, but it's also dark. It's not a matter of like, is there enough light to see? It's just like, where's the glow to look at first? So I'm gonna delete him. So we want to draw people here. This is a natural funnel. So looking up here will be cool. We'll start to see a little bit of the cherry blossoms behind this, but they're mostly obscured by the trees. Got a little bit of obscuring up here, which we might expand into, but there's nothing up there. But mostly you have this house and this stairs, these stairs. So if you go up here, yeah, we'll just dump you into this like cherry blossom grove, I think. So that'll be really pretty. And that's kind of a reveal. So maybe we can just focus on that and not have a second thing they're looking at. But if they progress through, then they'll see like more of it, but they'll see an exit so they can keep going and not have to backtrack. And it's got a light to draw them there. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go ahead and fill in a few maples here just to kind of visually block it off so they're not worrying about what's up there. It's very clearly this is the path to take. And we'll come back and stylize this a bit more. but probably want some trees on this side in order to block the sight of the cherry blossoms from over here. Is that too big? Maybe. Probably. Alright, we'll come back and see if we need another. Okay, so we've got our light. If they're coming from this side and they see the cherry blossoms, it's another nice reveal. Yeah, that's a really cool framing of the big tree. But as they come around here, we probably should have a light like right here. So when they come around this corner, pulled here from the big tree, they see this house and a light and they're like, oh, the path keeps going, stairs, etc. So let's grab one of these. Put him back a little bit so he's not immediately noticeable. But he can service the stairs, I guess. So now when you come from this side, cherry blossoms, big tree, house, light, keeps going, and then you'll go down, light, light, etc. Okay. Things are looking good. Let's go. I kind of want to hold off on this area since I want to find some like market stalls and like a few other assets that look good in here and kind of increase the density here a lot without all the repetition of adding the same prefabs. So I might work on like these sites and then a little bit of trees along the edges here, but that might be enough for today. I'm getting real hungry. We're getting close to 4.5 hours streaming. This is looking good. We'll probably do bushes along this. So let me throw in some real fast so I don't forget. We've got leaves and bushes. A couple bushes like this. Maybe not such a huge one. There we go. Couple of those bad boys. And when we fill in the flowers and herbs and stuff, that's gonna look real good. Let's just get the last of the maple trees over here. Something like that kind of blocks off this area. We can leave this open, I think, and maybe we even want to put like a maple tree up here to like draw your eyes up. So you're like, how do I get up there? And you see the stairs. Probably want like a fruit tree in this person's yard. So let's grab a lemon tree. Just as another singular cool resource in town, but it's not super jarring like the shade tree. Okay, and then we'll have like probably more bushes over here. Maybe not quite that big. Yeah, I really need to figure out what's going on with that bush shader. It's so jarring, but it'll look nice when we fix it. Okay, so maple tree back here. Maybe even 2 if we can set it back far enough. Maybe 1. So now, as they're following this road, which I assume they'll do, at this point they see big old house. Do I want to check that out? Or do I see market area? Do I want to check that out? So it's a good split there. And up here, we could probably do something closer here that also blocks out a lot of the cherry blossoms back there. Nice to leave that open. We can also kind of obscure some of this house. Got a lone lamppost out here, so let's bring it back to one of these like juncture points that players will find themselves in. Okay, light. Leave most of this nice and open, but maybe some more trees up here. That kind of frames this area a little bit. We could do something smaller here. But we could put something in that area as well. Cool, things are looking good. I think that's probably all the trees. Let's do some cherry blossoms without going overboard as I want to do. We might leave some of these big rocks like in the middle. I know I said I was just throwing up here because they were huge. And I'll probably use them on the mountain, but we could have something like nice focal point in the center. Almost looks like something you would mine and like reveal a cavern underneath. We could do something like that. So let's kind of frame that as like an interesting thing. Wonder if that'll be too hard on the camera. That big in there. We'll try it out in a sec. Is that too many? Did I go overboard already? Looks pretty cool. I think we could go a little bit wider on trees from this side. Like even put something over here, but it's probably fine. Alright, maybe we can do some bushes. We're starting to get into lower and lower scale of decor, which is nice. Also, like a well or something would be really nice to add. I wonder if we have one. I think we do. Oh, right, of the other side. So if we did something like this. Could put a well, maybe not the same height as that shed. Even hide it behind this tree a little bit. And we'll want to obviously restyle that too, but this guy, stone 1 material. Ah, well, that's convenient at least. Yikes. Alright, we'll leave that for now. Yeah, I like the transition from like all these maple trees in town. And then you leave town, you see a bunch of maple trees, but also there's a bunch of new trees. And you're like, ooh, new ones. I've been working on all these. I didn't know there were more. Okay, let's finally do some last maple trees framing the gate. And then we'll get back to bushes. Okay. Alright, I wanted to check these doors. See if they had a script on them that opens them. Because some of them definitely open during playtime. Wonder how that's done. Alright, don't get distracted. Bushes. That is going to be leaves and bushes. They're all very large because... Oh, they're leaves. Duh. I want bushes. The leaves are what are on trees. So we will have some leaves though. Or I guess these are the big bushes. I feel like it also has something to do with lighting, the shader issue. Alright, we're gonna put a wall there. I could put a dead berry bush out with the shade tree. Nice little bit of symmetry there. I don't want to close it in too much yet. Could do some interesting bushes in the garden too, but I think we have really unique ones that I haven't rigged up yet in unused or unsorted or something, so we might grab some of those. They'll be cooler. They're very like fantastical. Back to bushes. What is this song? Alright, I think things are looking pretty good. Looking a lot better than when we started, for sure. I could probably just keep going on this forever, but I am getting real hungry. I would love to take a snack break, get back to it, but I'll go ahead and end the stream now. I appreciate everyone coming in. Patrick, thank you. Cozy, thank you for the subscription. We got a couple other follows as well. Thank you, everyone. We are working on Elixir Emporium, which is a open world crafting RPG with a lot of really cool systems mechanics. Oops. A lot of really cool systems and crafting mechanics that generate game data as you play. So there's a lot of replayability. It's going to be a little bit different every time. We're building some cool stuff. We're really excited about it. It's up on Steam now. I just posted a link to it in chat, but you can also search Elixir Emporium. And you should give it a wish list. We'll have a demo up soon, and you can get notified when that's ready by wishlisting or by following our Discord, which I'll link also in the channel. And I'm Andrew, one of two Andrews working on it. I also stream every Tuesday. I do game development, and every Wednesday I now have a new Minecraft series. So if you liked me building a medieval town here, just wait until tomorrow when I'm building a medieval town, but in Minecraft. So lots of cool stuff going on. Thanks again, everyone, for being here. I'm going to go get some food. I will talk to you another time. See you tomorrow.